Oh, that's right, mate. That was unexpected.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'm sat here like twiddling my thumbs, and you.
Yeah, it's still look.
Oh yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Hang on a minute. This is
Unplug.
the unplug. Hang on a sec.
Oh yeah.
Right, let's see what that does. And anything?
No, just your
Yeah, just my thing.
your.
All right, hang on. Hello. Something.
Well,
It's black now. That's. It just gets better and better. Anyway, how are you, darling?
very tired, and I'm dry now, but I've been very wet all day.
Okay, we won't go too deep into that.
Well, no, I was at Latitude,
All right.
where I met the wonderful Grace.
How is she doing?
Oh, she's absolutely fantastic. and
Good.
Yeah, it
That's
was
what we like to hear.
positively lovely. And yeah, we had a really good but damp, wet time. Sorry, Grace, if you watch this on catch up. I don't mean to cast aspersions on your.
Just walk away now.
Yeah, I'll stop. No,
Just walk
it was
away.
lovely. It was lovely. But it was just very wet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we found an organ to play with.
Oh God.
It gets worse. No, she was absolutely lovely, and we spent many hours chatting and listening to the lightning seeds.
I see.
But unfortunately, it just got so horrible weather-wise that the rain, although it wasn't torrential, there was a wind, and it just started coming across, and you're just like, and yeah, it just got very, very wet. So we stuck. We really wanted to see Paul Heaton, and we saw about half of his set before it's really started to become quite awful. So we didn't get to see the wonderful Paolo Nutini, which of course is why Grace is there. But apparently it is being streamed somewhere, so we'll catch up with that.
Okay.
But no, it was just too much. But no, it was lovely. It was lovely, and we had a good time. It was just a very wet good time.
Yes.
Always the best ones.
Well, indeed. There you go. Look, let me
How you
just-
doing, Matty?
Not. I'm all right. Black screen. Where are you?
I'm here frantically trying to get my camera to fucking work.
Do I have to
There you
send
go.
a spare? Do I have to send a spare webcam up?
Oh,
there's me, Grace, and a rather large organ. What can you say to that? And it worked. Apparently, though, I don't quite know how it was doing what it was doing, because the keyboard was a Roland controller.
okay.
Trust me to spot that.
There he is.
Grace says hello back, Andy.
Oh, why are my headphones not working?
No, we didn't hear that then.
What?
What?
Is there a virus out there somewhere?
Everyone's having technical issues, apart from us, Matt. We're all right.
I seem to be. Well, yeah, but I'm on the PC, so don't fucking bank it too hard, mate.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't have. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, I did. Yeah, scrub that.
A few more weeks, and this should be M2.
Don't do it.
Oh, I will. Oh, he's
Oh,
fucked off. Oh shit! They're all arriving in the
Mic's
chat.
working. I know the mic's working, but I can't hear anything in the headphones.
Look at my guts hanging out the end of it. Look disgusting.
It's all right.
No, but it was lovely to meet Grace and hang out and chill and drink. Although I wasn't drinking, nor was Grace, but Jackie was, which would explain the dancing.
Can you hear us, Andy?
Only through the speakers on the computer. And they're set very low, and I can't work out why I can't get my headphones to work.
This should be renamed the Shit Tech Network, shouldn't it?
Shit. What's that a picture of? Oh, yeah. Delete that one.
Oh,
Reprobates. Dun, dun, dun.
that is awesome, isn't it?
She's running around at the moment. She's all excited. I don't know why.
That one my missus got yesterday. He's
Oh yeah, it looks gorgeous.
mate. He's a rescue. Fucking, we took him in her living room, opened the carrier, and he walked out. Went right. That's there. Where's the sofa? Climbed on the sofa, fell asleep. Didn't give a shit.
And that was
Wonderful. Yep. It was just settled right in. Hey!
Had to restart the Mac.
I think you've got a shit installation going on there.
Possibly.
You didn't. Is it? It was a fresh install, wasn't it?
It was as it came out of the box.
I wonder if it wouldn't hurt just to wipe the slate clean and start again.
Yeah.
Oh, you've gone. Yeah, well, after watching Linus Tech on the Mac Studio,
Go on. What one was this? When was this?
this would be about 2 weeks ago now.
Right, I'll have to have a look.
And you found out why you can't. Well, you can upgrade the RAM, but you have to do it the Apple way. No, sorry, not the RAM. The SSD drives.
Yeah, so you can't do the RAM.
And do you know why you can't?
Can't do the what? RAM?
Yeah, the drives. Up
Oh, the
the
drives.
drives.
Go on.
Because they're not true SSDs. The controller chip is mounted onto the silicon, onto the chip,
Yeah.
and not on the stick.
Mm-hmm.
And the controller chip is what knows where every little bit is on the drive.
Which gives it extra
Yeah.
speed.
So, but
Do you-
if you do change it and put, say, 1 gigs in, say you got 512 and you put a one gig in it, or whatever it is. Yeah, I think it's 1 gig or whatever it is. There's no data on the computer when you fire it up, and you have to reinstall it. But you have to do it with a second Mac.
Yeah.
You have to have 2 Macs. You
Yes.
can't do
And
it.
I've
Can't do
seen
it
that, yeah.
you can't restart the machine itself and reinitialize. And it's like, thanks, guys.
Well, one of the reasons I've gone for the M2 Mac Mini Pro is it's fucking cheaper, and there's a company called Satechi that does a little base thing that it sits on. Uses one USB-C port on the back of the Mac Mini,
Yeah.
but it's got a slot for an M2 SSD. So it's like an external drive, but it's fucking hard. It's plugged right in,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
it gives you the ports on the front that you get on the Mac Studio. And I think this thing's about 80 quid. So you get an M2 Pro, you stick it on this thing, which is perfectly matched to it, and it looks like a Mac Studio. And you've got infinitely upgradable fucking storage. So that's why I've gone with that. I mean, the Mac Mini that I'm going for is the 1 terabyte, 16 gig M2 Pro.
Yeah.
But I can have a fucking directly attached, 4 terabyte fucking SSD sitting on the bottom,
Gotcha.
straight into it. So a few weeks and that'll be here.
I mean, I've already forgotten the spec of what this one is. I think it's terabyte RAM, 40 core.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the 40. It's slap bang in the middle between the full nut stiffy bastard at the top and your entry level one.
Yeah, the Ty Unwin and the Matt Evans one.
Yeah, and it's right in the middle. But yeah, so it's there. But like I said, the amount of issues I've had with just about everything I put on it, there's got to be something wrong at foundation level.
Like Rob says, it might be worth fucking scrubbing it, starting to, oh yeah, but you need another Mac, don't you? Oh no, you can do
another Mac. I've got the Mini, haven't I?
Yeah, but
Yes,
I don't know.
Can we do it with the Mini?
I don't know that you can do it with an older Mac.
Do what though? What
do
you
the
wanna
install.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
Unless you can,
You can reset a Mac.
you can reset it, but yeah, you can do it over the web, can't you? Of course you can.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, that might be something to do then.
you might have to. Might be, literally back to square one. See if the install was shit.
Another Empire backfire.
So what are you turking in a cold way?
Alcohol.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I had a quite long chat with Jim on the way to or from Gearfest about alcohol and the amount that I drink, and I'd had a what do you call it, occupational health meeting, and the doctor there asked me how many units of alcohol do you drink. It was all to do with depression, anxiety, and all that sort of thing, which I have spades of, and when I told him how much alcohol, he said, well, there's the answer. He said, alcohol is a serious depressant, and blah blah blah. And he said, and you're drinking at least 7 times more than the weekly recommended amount, and I will have to put in my reports to your employer that you have a problem with alcohol, which I thought was a bit of a wake up call. And
Yeah.
I mean, which do I class myself as an alcoholic? Well, I don't wake up in the morning needing to neck a bottle of whiskey or anything like that. Or
Do you
it's
have
something
any bottles of alcohol hidden around the house at all?
No,
Then you're not an alcoholic.
no.
You're
I
just
mean,
a heavy drinker.
Yeah, that's it. It's a heavy drinker, and I've not got any in now. I've not, I finished my beer off yesterday, and I've not bought any today. And so I'm on just the cordial, and then the second thing, which really gave me a real wake up call, was a photograph that I sent to Grace of me with Movement 81 at Jim's EMOM, and I just couldn't believe what I looked like. I just thought, God, Andy, look at you. So I thought, well, and cutting out the alcohol will probably be a big help in cutting down the waistline as well.
Yeah. Well, at least you've got an excuse.
I stopped drinking and lost 1.5 stone 3 years ago.
Yeah. So I'll just have to see how it goes. I'm not expecting it to be easy. There'll be times when I'm probably, because I don't drink to get pissed or anything like that. I drink because I really enjoy beer. And like people drink because they like wine. Yeah, they enjoy it. But if you're necking 3 or 4 bottles of it a night of 5% lager, or even IPAs that strong as well, so it adds up. And
There's
a lot of calories too.
There's another thing. My neighbour last Thursday had a stroke. He had a stroke about 3 years ago, only a little one. But he got carted off to hospital, scanned him, and found that he'd had a stroke 3 weeks prior as well that he didn't know about.
Oh, well.
And they said to him, how much do you drink? And he went, 5 or 6 cans a night. Why? Bored, nothing to do. And he was smoking as well. And they said to him, you don't stop that, you're done. So he's canned a lot of it. So there's multiple health benefits to it.
Of course, I know that. And the tipping point. The other thing was my little toe on my left foot, absolute bloody killing me. I thought I must have stubbed it or dropped something on it, or which I haven't. And then everyone's going, oh, sounds like gout.
Yeah.
Sounds like possible gout. So I'm going to the doctor on Monday morning to talk about. I've got a poorly toe, and I'm expecting them to say it's gout, which of course is alcohol related.
Yeah.
So that's another thing. So, oh dear. Sorry, I'm unburdening now, aren't I? So
Oh,
go
okay.
with the tone.
That's cool.
I think if I put it like that now, it's there, isn't it? People can see, and then people when people see me necking a
Tell you off.
a Stella, they can go, Andy.
Oi, 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 oi.
Was my mic a bit too hot? Because Lady Attitude said it was.
I haven't noticed.
Her hearing aid's been turned up.
Well, I've just dropped again on
Robbie.
mine. So
Robbie, can you put those pictures back on that you were showing? Because I was messing about with my headphones, and I just decided to do a reboot, and it seems to work fine now.
Which
That's
one?
just Robbie showing off
Oh,
his massive organ again.
No, it was just me
yeah,
gracing
that-
a
yeah,
massive
that one.
organ.
That's
Yeah.
what you
And my gut hanging out the top of my bottom of my shirt.
Well,
Yay.
so,
Yeah.
I'm glad you got to meet up with Grace.
You
That's
don't look
cool.
very
Yeah.
wet.
No, that was just fine. It was light drizzle. So, but it got wetter and wetter. In fact,
Robert.
Hello.
I'll see if I can upload some pictures of how soggy.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Schönen guten Abend.
But
Guten Abend.
Can't see my missus. It's a kind of
Hello, Mrs.
Focus.
Hello, Mrs. Robbie.
No,
Oh, don't do that.
she's very damp.
So did you actually get to see Paolo Nutini then?
No, we'd love to, but I mean, Grace said, "Look, yeah, I completely understand if you know, because it was just getting worse and worse and worse."
Some tube saturation.
So we ended up staying for Paul Heaton, who's
Oh, yeah.
always worth
Yeah.
a good. It's fun because wherever he plays, he goes to a pub nearby or the bars at the venue, and he puts a ton of cash behind the bar. So for a period of time, if you go to order your drinks, Paul Heaton has paid for them already.
Oh,
Yeah, and he did that here at the festival as well. I mean, jeez, I have no idea how much he put behind the bar. But yeah, good on him. He was. I mean, I
That's a nice man.
love Paul. He's great, and he did a whole bunch of House Martin stuff. So that's always good in my book.
yeah, and the beautiful South. Great
Sheep.
songs.
Oh man, Sheep. I've loved Sheep as a song.
Yeah.
Ever
Here he
since
goes with the wildlife again.
because it's so the lyric. It's such a jovial little song, but it's all about fucking people blindly following.
Oh,
And it's so relevant 2023, and yet it was 1985 that he wrote that.
Shut up.
yeah.
God.
I mean, what about The Man with the Child in His Eyes by Kate Bush?
Oh,
She
yeah.
was 15. It's
Yeah,
mad.
Yeah.
It's mad. Such a mature song.
Yeah.
So deep. She was 15 years old. Crazy bonkers. Crazy bonkers. I just like the sound of tube saturation, says Paul. Yeah, okay, thank you. I haven't got any tube saturation here.
Yeah,
Probably
my
just
tubes
got
was
nature's
definitely
saturation.
saturated.
Yeah.
But we did get the nicer toilets, courtesy of our passes. So
Get to see your backstage passes. Ooh,
Excellent.
muy bien.
and Lightning Seeds were good.
Oh,
Saw most of their set.
is it still? Oh, come on, the name's gone now. What's he called? The lead singer of Lightning Seeds.
Ian Brody.
Brody. Ian Brody.
Yeah. And of course, to close off his set, he did Three Lions.
Never mind.
But everyone was singing.
Yeah.
So yeah, we came home a little early. Managed to obviously miss the traffic and get a bit dry. And I should be having a glass of wine soon. put my feet up, and I'm going to see if I can book Oppenheimer tickets for tomorrow in IMAX. Do that as we do this.
Spoiler: they let the bomb off.
Yeah.
Other spoiler, he regrets it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then he's
another
accused
spoiler.
of being a
Yeah,
communist.
Exactly. There's a third spoiler. He's a communist, but he's not. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That was.
Pilot of the.
I was just actually.
B-52.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I was saying that the pilot of the plane, the B-52 that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima, when he saw what they'd done, he became a monk.
Mm.
Turned his back on the world.
That showed them.
That showed him, yeah.
I hate to be picky, but it wasn't B-52.
B-52 was
No,
50s.
All right, whichever it was.
It was
Tell Flying Fortress,
B-29? B-29 Super Fortress, wasn't it?
Super
Yeah, I
Fortress.
remember so.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway, yeah, just sorry, it's an aviation nerd.
No, it's fine. I'm quite happy to be corrected on that one.
Ah, dear.
Oh, Dr. Synth. That was a name in songs on Radio 6 last week. The guy went to do the garden of a chap called Arthur MacLeod. You know, hey you, Arthur MacLeod. Names in songs. But check it on Sounds if you haven't heard it. They make me laugh, those things. In fact, did anybody catch Radio 6 at all yesterday, where they were doing a whole day devoted
80s,
to the
wasn't
early dance music?
Yeah.
I mean, it was everything. They had all sorts of stuff, everything from the Pointer Sisters and to the usual rave classics like Voodoo Ray and all that stuff. But it was great, really entertaining day. I enjoyed my journey to and from work.
Did you know that Voodoo Ray wasn't actually Voodoo Ray? It was Voodoo Rave. But the sample time ran out.
Well,
There you go.
good errors. It's better as Voodoo Ray, isn't it?
Yeah.
Makes you wonder.
But the sample was Voodoo Ray, or somebody saying Voodoo Rave. And because he ran out of sample time, it just came out as Voodoo Ray.
Yeah.
And hey, it didn't do him any harm.
No, it didn't. It was Fab Record.
Did you see him at Synthfest?
Yeah. I did. Yes. Yeah. There's a. I mean,
Top bloke.
if you're tempo matching turntables, why not tempo match your laptops as well?
Yeah.
I mean, why shouldn't it work? But we're also scared. We have to make sure it's bang locked in sync. We're all a bit like that. Grace and I have done somewhere where when we couldn't get the sync to work in the early jams, where it really was right. Set it to 120. Set it to 120. Make sure we press go at the same time. You know?
I was hearing all about you today, by the way, Mr. Brooks.
good,
You,
that's all right.
you naughty man.
Am I? What have I done now?
Come on,
Well, it's
details.
it's what you're trying to do. You're trying to convert Grace.
Well, yeah.
And you're doing it very blatantly. And
I know. It's shocking, isn't it?
It is. I thought, wow, that's proper in your face.
It's not really. It's not really.
And that's
Take
what
to
you get with
Wednesday,
conversion therapy
1992.
not being
In your face,
outlawed of discovery.
1990, actually, 1990.
So I guess we're not talking about
In your face.
Catholicism.
No, I bought Grace a Euro rack module, you see.
He's trying to
Oh.
convert.
That's just nasty.
I saw this, and you met the guy. You met the guy, Robbie, because he came over and chatted. That was Pete from Belgium, from Voltage
Oh,
Vibes.
Yes.
Who I met at Gearfest, and a lot of his things.
Funny
are-
name for a guy, isn't it? Really? Hello, my name is Pete from Belgium.
Peter, from Belgium. Yeah, from Belgium, not Sweden. And
That was.
Hey.
Didn't sound like either, but
I am very travelled, thank
yeah,
you.
well, okay.
Sounds like the Muppet Show, for fuck's
God's
sake.
sake. I'm trying to tell a story here. Just stop. Just listen. Oh, you horrible people.
Yep, sorry.
Put the bird in the pot,
'Cause
stir the bird.
he makes a module. He basically makes sort of little breakout boxes for various things. And one of them, the matriarch has got a load of CV sockets on the back and they're a menace to sort of get to. You have to keep going around. They're not very. You can't see what they are when you're leaning over. So he's sensibly made a breakout
Die,
box
you
that just
fucker.
takes. You take a multi-core, put it in, and it all comes out on the surface of a Euro rack module, which would then allow easier interfacing between my modular system and Grace's matriarch. So, and I decided in my generosity I'd also give her a little Euro rack case, the one that the D comes in when you buy the D. But yeah, of course, there you go. It's started now because now
It's
she's thinking about buying a.
Classic dealer
You get this
user
one for free.
relationship. Yeah, first one's free.
It's awful, isn't it? It's shocking. I really am. I should come with a warning, shouldn't I?
I talked some sense into her.
Well, that's what we are. We're evangelical about it. We'll get you yet, Robbie.
No, you won't. You really won't. That I can guarantee.
Yeah, you're probably right about that one. Lost cause.
It's not like it's not.
No,
it's,
I'm only
it's,
kidding.
I just it doesn't flick my bean. You know. It really,
Flick your bean. It doesn't flick my bean. Is that actually a saying, or have you just made it up? It doesn't
it's
flick
a
my
thing.
bean.
It's a thing.
It's a thing. Yeah.
I can't say I've ever heard that one. It doesn't. It doesn't float my boat. Yes, I can go with that one. It doesn't.
Well, I
it
can
doesn't
understand
flick
that.
my bean. I have 2 beans.
Mind you, when I woke up this morning, I didn't think I was going to get told off for my racist lilts.
You're
Like-
racist.
Yeah.
Who's told you
That's
off the race?
that's not Swedish. You fool.
Yeah, never mind.
I got my GRP All Stars DVD today.
Oh.
So lots of cheesy 80s jazz fusion ahoy. It's even PlayStation 2 compatible, according to the sleeve. That's how old this DVD is.
Good God.
A great DVD player.
It was. It's very good. Yeah, I've got loads of stuff to go through. I got that turned up yesterday. Dance Masters, Arthur Baker. It's like 4 CDs of 12-inch mixes and signed by the great man himself.
Oh, that's cool.
So
You know,
got that.
sometimes kids, we say, kids these days, they've got no taste and la 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 la. They don't know what. They listen to a track for 3 seconds and then switch it off. I'd just like to counter that. One of my tutor group lent me. So I didn't ask him. He just brought it in. He said, "I think you'd like this. I think you'd enjoy it." And he's lent me Jeff Buckley live.
I never got in.
Yeah, Jeff Buckley, Mystery White Boy, live, 95 to 96. So, yeah, quite looking forward to giving that a listen. So I just thought, a lad with good taste. Whether you like Jeff Buckley or not, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean,
No,
it's
absolutely.
just to me
It's
was
good to see young people.
yeah.
I got that to listen to as well. Mike Lindop's
What's that?
changes.
Oh, right, Linda. All right, cool.
I have to go.
Yeah, you recommended that actually, Robbie, didn't you?
I did, and maybe
Why?
that's why
What
he
you
put me
done
in the
now?
credits.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I was just. I always read the liners, and I'm going through, and it's. Oh. Wow.
Oh, you're
Didn't
mover and
expect that.
shaker.
I'm a mover and a shaker, honestly. But his first solo album, Changes One, as it's probably now called, it's really good. It got me through some interesting times. And then I've got this.
Landscape.
5
excellent.
CDs, 84 tracks. Everything that Landscape ever put out. And Landscape 3 as well, which was the band that happened after the split. But it's difficult to get into. But yeah.
What makes it difficult?
It's so tightly packed.
Oh, I see. You mean
Oh, I thought you meant the
packaging, not the
genre.
music.
Oh no! The music is fantastic.
That's how I understood it as well.
Yeah. That's sounded to me. So like, yeah, it's just difficult
And-
to get into.
Yeah.
Things like people with arthritic hands do not buy this album.
Here's something you don't see on an album too often. They've got some live tracks in here. Live in Norwich.
Ooh.
It's the same as the century.
Yeah.
So
I
Landscape.
lost sort of like contact with Landscape after Einstein and Go-Go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No,
that's
the
it.
first album is far better.
Okay, but look at those outfits.
Look at that MC8.
Oh, yeah, the
MC8,
MC8 as well, yeah.
Ooh,
but also,
steady.
so they've got lots to catch up on.
No, I still think the first Landscape album is it's like a great piece of fusion.
Mm.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah,
know,
but the
never read
title
that
of the
one
second,
either.
the title of the second album,
Well, from the tea rooms of Mars
Mars
to the
hellholes
hell
of Uranus,
Uranus.
is just one of the best album titles in the world. That is.
And was it from the tea rooms of Mars is on the front side, ... and then back side. It continues, yeah.
It's weird. Musically lived in a box.
I'm a living in a box.
Oh, don't.
Oh, I like living in the box. So that first album was really good.
Never mind.
Yeah, because they
Right.
never nicked the bass line for that from Hot Water at all, did they?
Yeah, I know. But he had a great voice. Well, still does. Richard Derbyshire. He was on the BEF album, wasn't he? He was on the second BEF album. So the story goes.
So the story goes. Owner of a lonely heart. Owner of a broken heart.
Much better than that.
Ah, they were so good before they did that album. Only teasing, Robbie. I do have it and I do like it.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good album, though. Well,
Okay,
this is,
other Radio 6, no, actually Radio 4 recommendations. Soul music on Radio 4 this week, actually, speaking of Jeff Buckley, was Song to the Siren. And people talking about the importance of that song. I mean, I didn't realise it was a cover, the version I know, this Mortal Coil version, I thought was just this Mortal Coil, you know, but I didn't realise it was Jeff Buckley. Really, really, really good programme. Very informed, loads of information about the different people who had done their cover versions, why they did it, what it means to people. Obviously, this Mortal Coil version features as well. So that'll again on BBC Sounds. You'll find that if you're interested. Oh, actually, somebody said Tim Buckley. Did Tim Buckley write it? That was his dad, wasn't it? Tim. Right, so I'm gonna check that.
No idea.
oh, dear me.
Ah, yeah, it's Tim Buckley. Oh, I got that wrong then. Anyway, there's a link.
Yeah. And something just popped into my head. Haven't heard it for donkey's years as well. What's it from? Oh man, what's it from?
Well, that depends.
Funny enough, Fiona tapped me on the shoulder this morning and goes, she goes, I think I might have figured out what's wrong with you. I go, go on. She goes, well, I've just been reading an article on B12 deficiency. And she goes, it's
Oh, yeah.
constant tiredness, memory problems. I'm going, yeah, come on. Cramps that have you crying in the corner. Jesus, like you wouldn't believe. Didn't think cramp could hurt that much. What was the other thing? Tingling in the feet. Tingling fingers. Tingling in the feet. What was the other thing as well? It was very... Oh, the dizziness. And she goes, B12 doesn't show up in blood tests if you've got a deficiency. So I'm going, oh, okay. Maybe I'll down a bottle of B12 and see what happens.
I'd take a multivitamin.
It won't
every
matter because I
day.
won't remember taking them.
Ever since I started working from home, I've been on multivitamins every day, and I think it really has helped
Yeah, I think it will. I think it does too.
because I don't get out much.
Aye.
Uh,
No, there'll be things like I go, oh, bloody blah, like that, and as soon as I go to say it, I go, no, what was the name of it again? So, and this chord just popped into my head. Well, these 3 chords, I'm trying to go, I've heard these chords before. Where are they from? And I'll play them. You tell me what you think.
G'day. I know that.
Yeah. What's it from?
First response was Miles Davis, but that was a
Damn it! I know this. I know it. Why do I know it?
I mean, as Baptist said, say, Home at Last, Steely Dan. That's what I was thinking of.
No, it's not that. It's not that. Oh man.
they're from your forthcoming MIDI chord pad.
Yeah. It was a selection of chords and fart noises.
Juxtaposed perfectly
Yeah.
with full tube saturation.
Available from all good wheelie bins now. Yeah, no.
Oh, fucking hell. Looking at Kent's shirt, I bought one, and my missus buggered off with it. I've got to buy another one.
I know what it's from. Grand Theft Auto 3.
That's not what I had in my head.
yeah, but was it just a song that they used in the video game?
It'll have a credit. If it has a credit, then you can find it. That's all right.
I think that was the lead to it. Sure, it's Grand Theft Auto 3.
Sorry, no idea. I've never played any of them.
No, I didn't know that.
I don't game at all.
Who are these people? What the fuck?
Good God, sir.
Weirdos.
Grumpy again.
However, where do you find the time?
Hey,
You
all
make
mate.
time.
I mean, yes, I've definitely managed to spend all the time whilst I was on the show, or, well, it's not on the show, finishing a video game, but when you're working more normal hours, where do you find the time?
Yeah, keep playing it enough. And the YouTube copyright strike. Mate, the stuff we've played on here and got away with is palpable.
It's because we're talented.
It's just because he goes.
It's so
just
far away.
Nobody
Speak to
watches
yourself,
it.
that's a bastard.
Even the algorithm doesn't even bother coming over here. You go, "I can't be arsed." No, there wasn't no point.
3 people? No, I can't be asked.
Yeah, because it is intelligent, apparently.
It's educational.
Yes.
Educational purposes only.
Yeah. So how you been, Steve? How's it going?
Good. Look, it's been good. We've celebrated my son's 25th birthday about 14 times so far this week, which is good. So he's now 39.
Still upright.
And we've aged about 14 years as well. But no, that's all right. Yeah, it's good. It's very early Sunday morning here. It's about 6 a.m.
Jeez.
and a bit after 6. So I've had a coffee and the cat's been fed, and the rest of the day I'll be probably doing some quiet music, I think. I have the Hydra synth fired up, and that'll be explored a bit more today, because I haven't sort of started programming that yet. I've just had a small look at the factory patches, which are vast and scary, but I'll have to do some stuff on that and record some ideas. And your symptoms are consistent with magnesium deficiency too, Ken.
Yeah.
So
Maybe go down the multivitamin route then. Yeah.
magnesium. Just get a magnesium supplement and try that. You'll sleep
Milk
better,
of
and
magnesia.
Bananas.
you won't. The
Who had
magnesium.
milk of magnesia as a kid. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phosphorus. Potassium's bananas, but magnesium is for cramping and also for sleep. So
Do you know though, if you take magnesium and then what was it I was drinking? I started drinking a lot of lemonade and I started getting nosebleeds because of it. And it was the magnesium that was causing that.
Really?
well,
Checked it with my GP.
All this sort of you just remind me. I've got to take my meds. Be back in a sec.
Okay.
there you go.
Tablet time, Robbie.
We should have breaks have a little thing for tablet time. A 45-second
Little
Jing-
banner comes
jingle.
up.
That's where I
Tablet
buggered off.
time.
That's where I
And a
buggered off to 15 minutes ago because my watch said time to take your meds.
and a jingle. A little jingle, and yeah, we could do
Yeah,
that
we have like every 6 hours in this show.
every 6 minutes for some of us.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But yeah, no, it's but yeah, magnesium deficiency can manifest as cramps, especially in the calves.
Yeah. Real
Yeah, so
bad.
I put the calves in the back paddock so I don't see the cramps anymore. So that's all right.
That was gonna be my gag. I don't keep any calves.
That's it. Yeah. So, and after the litany of animal jokes, we can move on.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah. So
Oh God! I'm excited to get my power supply wall wart thing. I ordered another one because the power supply for my new rack arrived, but not the actual brick that you have to plug into it.
You live in a fast lane there, Andy.
They were out of stock. Yeah, I know. So I bought another one from Juno. Elevator Sounds refunded me my money, which was very good of them
That's
because
okay.
they won't get one until middle of August apparently. So yeah. So when that arrives Monday or Tuesday, I can wire it all in the case and have a think about where things are going to go and have a rejig of it all.
Mm.
Well, I've actually managed. I actually now have only 2 HP left on the right hand side over there. Where everything that is fitted in. I mean, because I've still got some modules and things in that case which I've decided not to put in here. And I think ultimately the 960, the big sequencer thing, that'll probably come out.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
but doesn't 2 HP left mean that you're about to find the perfect 3 HP module?
yeah. Oh, there's a bit bollocks.
Yeah. That's it.
Actually, I'll tell you what, Andy.
What?
On your album, would you say that most of the freedom to change rhythmic and sequential patterns on the fly is due to the Eurorack more than anything else?
Nope. I'll tell
Go
you
on.
why I'm saying nope. Because the model cycles allows polymetric programming almost automatically, and Grace has got that down to a fine art. So where you put different sound and it triggers a different, and you take pitch sound, so that the track for Freedom or actually no, that's not on the album, is it? Because we use the sample.
We'll take Seagulls Ate Me Ice Cream for an example.
It's a similar thing. It's the cycles, but then again, it also the modular also because I set step lengths generally to sort of odd numbers,
Yeah.
so that they cycle around. And on the this sequencer, the 182 sequencer,
Yeah.
the Behringer one, you can decide whether it's 1 step, 2 step, 3 steps, 4 steps, right up to 8, or then have it going 16, and then your steps 9, 11, and so it's odd numbers over a 4/4 just produces these sort of interesting pulls and rhythmic elements, and the the 960 as well, when we use that one, again, you can turn the steps on and off.
Yeah.
And I use the triggers from the Beat Step Pro, so, a gate trigger out to trigger each step on the sequence.
Okay.
So it doesn't have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I've got a sequence set to just three steps on the sequencer, I can still send it a rhythm that goes dum da da dum dum da dum 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 da da da, but it'll pick out different notes each time it's coming round. So yeah, that's sort of sequencing a sequencer, basically. I mean, Rob will know all those sort of little tricks. So but it just works, and again, it's just sort of, I'll do that. I'll see what happens. Yeah. So, but it's a combination. It really is a combination. The whole thing is the two of us, and the sort of rhythmic drum thing. Generally, that's Grace, because she's better at it than me. I mean, Grace was a drummer, so she's just good at that sort of interesting rhythmical things, and she's quite good at making interesting sort of delay lines within the chaos part, within a D2 delay, just for, again, further rhythmic interest. Yeah. Oh, Andy, in the chat. Yeah, I do. I do use triggers for that. I send triggers from the Beat Step Pro to things. The BIA, for example. What are you giggling at, Matt?
Just something Robert put in the chat.
What's Robert just put in the chat?
We're talking about medication and shit like that. He just put, I thought only young kids only take the pills given in the club.
Well, I mean, Bert was saying that young kids just take a bunch of pills, not knowing what they are. So clearly, I just put in what I hear from young
kids. Just reselling ibuprofen tablets or something.
That was like 2 years ago.
It's basically anal roulette. You don't know what you're getting.
Nurse.
The monitor is on. Look, Ma, no hands. Not a long song, is it?
No. Not a long riff either.
It's to the point.
And any more Steely Dan riffs I can think of that are not too hard to play. That's probably about it.
Egg, D minor, fifths. Yeah, there are a few little Donald Fagen riffs which are worth remembering, and the rest are too hard to play.
Rob, you're looking very pensive.
He hasn't got his headphones on. You'll have to use sign language. Shoulder.
I've just messaged him.
Oh, because I think that's the international sign for I've been kidnapped.
No, that's the international sign for my wife's in the room talking to me.
Oh.
Oh, I know that. What was that you were just playing, Robert? Was that?
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Glory, that's it, yeah. That was the opening thing.
Ricky Sakamoto. Yeah,
Sakamoto,
Well, that motif is recurring, the high piano one, quite a lot through the score. It's definitely less on the face than the...
Oops. Yeah, that's right. Those aren't wrong notes, just avoiding copyright. Yeah, well done, Kosh. That was.
It's almost always my excuse. Even when I'm playing my own stuff.
Yeah, put yourself in the late book, Wags.
Yeah, how come you're late? You were the one going on about there being a pub tonight in Ramsey's, remember? And then you didn't show. Oh, I don't know. Reharmonisation, yeah.
Instant recomposition.
Yeah. You need to get it injected into the stream.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to do that. Sorry, it's very quiet, but probably because it's 6 a.m. and the family's still asleep. But
Well, that's the good thing about injecting it into the stream. You can play it as loud as you want.
I did try to do that, and it wound up being a disaster. So,
yeah, I had an interesting journey in getting it to do it here as well.
I need to put a mixer in and then mix everything in, but then I need microphones and yeah.
Yeah.
That was Miles Davis' Full House, but not played properly for copyright reasons. Actually, Wes Montgomery Full House, which has a nice little. There's an original version on record that has a 6/4 intro, and then it's a 3/4 jazz waltz. So it's quite an interesting piece, all pentatonic, and a great bridge. All right.
Dave Brubeck.
I'll do this. Am I sharp, am I? Oh, goodness. Change for copyright reasons.
That sounded harder.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit, but it's similar style to the Brubeck. But it's you see it online. The other thing about Wes Montgomery as a guitarist was that he only ever used he didn't use a plectrum, and he did a lot of octave mutes, and everything was done with thumb. So it was quite an interesting style that he had. And it's interesting, there's an interview online with him where he actually plays for a TV compere, and the TV compere is just so bigoted that every question comes out racially slurred. It was horrible. So, he said, oh, you've got 6 children. It's like, as if to say, maybe you shouldn't. But was terrible. You've got to see it to understand the context of it, but it was absolutely horribly racially predicated, the whole discussion. Wes Montgomery, Full House.
Hmm. I think that works. I doubt it very much indeed, sir. Nothing in here works first time. Nope, nothing. Nothing's changed. It's just no, just not going to work this time. Sorry. There's a vowel in the month, so fuck you.
It ends in ember. Yeah.
Yeah.
Octember.
Octember, yeah. June ember.
Yeah. August ember. Yeah, all the ones cause problems.
Yeah, every single one of them.
Oh dear.
Ah, thank you. Right, you just needed a restart, did you? Christ almighty. Reminds me of my Mustang.
Reminds me of my defibrillator. I can always tell when the pacemaker's playing up because every time I make love, all the neighbourhood garage doors go up and down.
You know when it's the morning after curry night when you have to shout clear every time you come out of the bogs.
So you walk in with the plunger and you walk out without it.
Yeah. It had it. I stuck it in. There's nothing left.
That's right.
Or as Billy Connolly would have put it, was it a pocket with a stick in it? Wouldn't he go away?
No, it won't. Do you wonder how he's doing, poor Bill?
Yeah, well.
They had him as a cameo in, I think, one of the Monty Python musicals here, and just it was projected on the screen, but he looked very disconnected with the world.
Yeah.
It's tragic. We think of all our heroes, and of course, all of those impressions are all made 40, 50 years ago. So, obviously, they're not tracking as well nowadays, health-wise.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, we wait for the next round of superstars to sort of come through. You wonder if you're going to see that sort of thing, that sort of music prodigiousness or the comedic skill and talent. There are a few interesting ones in Australia, but not many.
I don't know. I think you just move on to a different time.
Yeah, and
that time will be
ours, and that'll be theirs. Yeah.
Because nobody's writing anything like Rachmaninoff today, so
I can't even spell Rachmaninoff. I mean, let alone write it.
So, and then we've replaced it with our own, and then today's kids will replace it with theirs, and they'll look back fondly on their stuff.
And then one day we'll be able to sell millions of dollars worth of Rachmaninoff chord packs.
Yeah. The forgotten chords.
Full cycle, that's right. The diminished chord, kids. You can use that without invoking copyright strikes. Oh, wow, I'll have to use those.
Yeah. Play music nobody's ever heard before.
That's right, play it right.
Who wants to hear a really stupid idea?
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, I'm always up for a stupid idea.
Oh, you're going to love it. You're going to love
a
it.
career on it.
Why I'm here.
I've never soldered in my life. Guess what I'm going to learn to do it on?
Go on.
A Deckard's dream.
I'm going to solder the fucking new power lead at the DX11.
No, that's cool. Yeah.
It's like, really? Okay.
Yeah, that is actually a good place to start. Honestly.
Really?
Unplug it first. Unplug it first.
Unplug it first.
Well,
You've only got three.
Nah, that's overrated.
wires.
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
So much more fun soldering with it all turned on, and you're wondering, why is the power supply smelling weird?
You look
Like,
down,
Ah,
you look down and you say,
should solder smoke that much? Yeah.
Yeah. There is that. I didn't know the soldering irons got that hot.
it's actually not the voltage that kills you, and it's the 60 or 50 cycles that keeps the heart muscle contracted. So the heart muscle relaxes after, I think, 0.02 of a second, which corresponds to the 50 cycles.
Yeah.
And it's the period of a 50 cycle pulse. So every time the heart muscle goes to relax, the next peak comes through on the AC and it contracts it again. And therefore your heart's held in a permanent state of closure.
Yeah.
And that's why medical advice shouldn't be taken on music programs.
Just invented immortality.
Immortality, Rachmaninoff chord back. Now with vitamin B12.
And magnesium.
Oh, it's getting dark. Dark chords.
Send me to sleep, Robert.
I think Tori Amos just came out of retirement.
Fuck me.
Do I have
All right,
to?
Ben.
Now?
Oh.
Bit far away.
I just put 4 tickets to go and watch Oppenheimer in the IMAX, the local IMAX.
Yeah.
70 quid. For 4 tickets.
I thought you were going to see it, not buy it.
I know.
Should have gone for the 4 a.m. screening.
Right.
There were loads of tickets available.
Don't you have Pensioner Tuesday or something like that? We do here.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet.
Oh, yeah, well,
Jesus.
you will be next
I'm
week.
not dead yet.
I think you soon will be. Yeah, Jesus. Well, I thought it was just going to be me and the missus. I said, do you fancy going watching that Oppenheimer in IMAX? Because they don't tend to have long runs. So get it. And then my son comes out and says, oh, you go see Oppenheimer? Oh, I'll come and see that. Okay. Does your sister want to come? I'm thinking she's not really into that. She wants to see Barbie. I want to see Barbie.
Yeah, but you want to see her naked.
No. She's got nothing.
That's a different film.
It's all smoothed out, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does say so in the film.
It's all pixelated, mate.
It
Wasn't it
also
Wolf
tells
of Wall Street or something? But anyway, yeah.
Sorry.
also tells with
But
Ken.
no, my daughter says, oh, yeah, I'll come and watch that. Oh, great, okay. And I'm like, do you realise it's 3 hours long? Yeah, I'll come see it.
Now, interestingly, the Japanese were also developing a bomb at the same time. So Australia may have looked very, very different if Oppenheimer hadn't completed the task.
Oh. Tell you what, Dr. Sense on fire.
I bet his ears were burning as well today. We were talking about him.
Oh, okay.
Fucking Grace.
Or was that about the lack of not talking he's doing?
The what? Sorry.
Is that about the lack of the lack of talking that he is doing about certain products?
Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he's right to.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I was hoping for an email in my inbox this morning, but no. But no.
Mind you, I did get a nice message after the
I've got a
Thursday
nice
show.
massage.
Did you?
No.
A nice massage.
That's a massage.
Yes.
A massage à toi.
With a happy ending?
Robert.
We're not.
Love
on
you,
your
love you
channel,
long
Rob.
time, $5.
Yeah, only $5.
Oh, if $20, that's really worth
So
it.
yeah, what was your message?
Yes.
Oh, I won't name them, but they basically said really enjoyed the barber piece you played Thursday night, and it was just a shame that everybody else didn't shut the fuck up while you were playing it.
I must have missed that bit.
Who said that? Was that Manny?
What? No, I'm not saying. I'm not
Oh,
saying.
right,
I'm not
you're
saying who said
you're
it.
not saying. Oh, right.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, they're right, of course.
was not. Yeah, it just come out right for some reason. Every time I play it, I want to go. That's the only trouble.
Hands up, who got that?
Oh dear.
Oh, blimey. Is it Steve got it?
It was a bit niche, wasn't it? Anyway.
Well, I don't know. I suppose. Love that film.
It's a nicely filled niche.
Oh, well, that was a different
It
film.
was a niche in the
altogether.
rain.
Oh.
This is good. Here am I trying to stay awake at 6:42 a.m. and we've got this lovely soporific music to the
Yeah.
drifting off to sleep. Nicely played.
Bloody hell, bastard! Don't encourage him.
Did it? Yeah. I'm putting everything that happens down to the Mac now. And it's when cameras suddenly shoot around, because it does it, but the camera hasn't moved, which is weird.
Right. That's that done. I've still got 2 copies of M-Tron Pro 4 to give away.
Good God.
How should we do that?
Not on this program. Do it on yours.
Not on this pro. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to promote this shit. Jesus.
This shit promotes itself, mate, alright?
Exactly.
This
yeah.
is
We
self-promoting.
need the viewers. I don't. So I want.
This needs nothing.
I want to make it competitive, but I don't want to make it so
A sprint race.
that sprint. Yes, let's do.
Oh, that's me out then.
Mud wrestling?
Mud wrestling.
I'll wrestle you, Robert.
Mud wrestling in Ken's backyard.
It's
That
no
was
mud
another
in the
thing
backyard.
Grace and I were
doesn't it?
talking about today was Kent's
Yeah, but-
backyard.
yeah. Wouldn't be the first time.
That's not a euphemism.
I wouldn't use it for anything.
How can we do it?
You get somebody to rework your introductory theme.
What are you trying to say?
Oh,
What are you trying to say?
Yeah, let's go back to the old one.
yeah, I like the old one.
It has an orchestra hidden in it.
Dog shit wrestling.
Just as long as I use an LM1 kit, that's fine. Yeah.
Which?
Yeah, give
I'm
it to
confused.
give it to the person who can get Kent's studio working.
Yeah, I want to give it away this year. Sorry, I'm going to come back to the theme
terrible.
music, the original PSN theme music.
I mean,
Yeah.
not the one that Chris made. For,
Yeah,
So that was
I've
the
never
second
heard
one,
it.
right? Because there was one beforehand, wasn't there? I thought there was some
I don't think we had
placeholder
one.
beforehand.
Oh, we
What,
might
was
have
there
used,
nothing?
we might have used some like library music.
We'll have to write some original
Wait a
stuff
minute,
for you.
Wait
Rob.
a minute. You got like 500 keyboards in your room, and you were
Exactly.
using fucking library music. You
Stock
lazy,
music, yeah.
lazy cunt.
And the outro music, particularly, that was so horrific for so long.
That was definitely library music.
Yes.
Why
Wow.
would you? Why would you?
Because
It's a bit like saying you like to eat McDonald's.
Oh.
Well, some people
Oh.
do, apparently.
Yeah. Everyone
they're
does
no
it.
lo-
Yeah,
they're
but
no longer
nobody
with
admits
us.
to it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I'm trying to remember now. It's been so long since we've. I mean, I do one day. I want to, because everybody. There's the running joke at the end of the show is that when I play the music, everybody says, "Oh, sad music, crying," and all this. And one day I'm going to surprise every one of you motherfuckers. And
Happy talk, keep talking, happy
Yeah.
talk.
yeah, I'll be, yeah, fucking sad music now, you bastard.
Oh, you
Oh,
can
yeah.
make a competition to rewrite some stings and some toilet music and some between segment music and
Can we have some of the nice word builder stuff again?
Yeah. Onicake.com.
Onig, egg,
Org, egg, and
Onig, egg,
or
or
the
Onig, egg,
I think Robert's had a stroke.
Wouldn't be
yeah,
the
but he
first time.
paid me.
Well, no.
that's right. Bob
Do
Tig.
you know my mum and her sister got onto a bus the other day, and some old boy gets on and flashes them, and my mum had a stroke, but my auntie couldn't reach.
Oh, God. What was that woman wearing? I don't know, but it needed ironing. It was the other one.
Oh, right, you got me self-conscious now. I'm going to have to rewrite some music. You missed that intro. What intro do you miss? I can't even remember what the... Oh, I'm going to have to dig it out now.
I thought there was something different on like the earliest. Or
I know Chris did something. And
yeah, Chris
Must
did
have
the
been
one
it.
that was for a long time, right?
it was on until Chris left, basically. That
I
wasn't the
remember
reason we
it.
took it off. No, I'm just trying to remember what it.
No,
how it
that
went.
was the reason he left, right?
Yeah, no. If only. ProSynth Network. Here we go. Oh,
Did Chris
PSN.
did Chris do something along the lines of what, you know, like some actors do when they leave a show because they're going to go and do some big film or something like that, but you never actually see them again? Because he was going to go and do a different podcast, wasn't he?
He did, and he does, but they're on hiatus at the moment.
No.
Oh, hang on, this was it, wasn't it? Hang on.
Oh, here we go.
That's the one. Hang on a sec, here we go.
It's weird. It sounds like Robbie playing.
Open with... I'm not sure if my VLC is packed. You hearing that?
Yeah, make it go away.
I don't remember that
The outro, wasn't it?
That was the old outro. Which was that was an audio blocks library file.
Questionable.
No wonder you only had 15 viewers back then.
But then we played it at the end of the show.
Yeah,
here
it
you
didn't
go.
come back.
This one. Was it this?
Oh yeah. really does sound like the beginning of a game show, though. Like, you know, what's my penis? Or something like that. Do you know what I mean? It's not.
How green was my valley?
Yeah, there goes to a guy going, "Hello there, and welcome to What's My Penis?"
But it contains lovely doorbells.
Whose pig is this?
You'll need a big unzipping sound at the end of it, though.
Yeah.
With, as a
Sorry.
non sequitur.
Does that? Yeah.
No, you need the zip, and then you need a woman's voice going, "Oh,
Oh my! But in a very deep voice.
yeah. Oh my."
Oh my! I like this. I like that one.
Yeah.
That's vibey, yeah.
Well,
like
that was that
Ben
born
did
out
that.
of this? Oh no, the I've played it before.
Tough crowd.
Yeah. Yeah, it was all of that's the intro and the outro was all done just like one day sat there just noodling with OBE. It's all
Yeah.
fucking Spearsy's fault.
Yeah, well. Come in.
Oh, down that rabbit hole.
Oh yes.
It's me who's been digging over doorbells.
You got to do that now next week, Robbie.
What's that?
Do
What's
the
my
PSN.
penis?
Do the yeah. Do the PSN music and then go. Hello and welcome to What's My Penis.
Who's the special guest next week? Ben?
I'm your host, Dick. Yeah, that kind of thing. Oh. It travels well.
Why's my what the fuck?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
The theme tune. Write the theme tune, sing the theme tune. Oh, hang on, what's this? Oh,
What?
isn't that what we just did? Of course, there was that one.
That memorable, huh?
I don't know if I've still got that. Have I still got that? Why can I hear myself back 30 seconds later?
I can hear it too.
It's me. My laptop was playing back.
Schoolboy error.
Or where's my penis? Or guess
That's
the
a
penis.
philosophical question.
Yeah,
guess
actually,
the-
that's yeah. Oh,
Hello and welcome to Guess the Penis.
you're right, Matt.
So we have some sort of like forgotten title track.
There was another title. track.
Another one, a lost one.
What? I'm not going mad. That's nice to know. Is it nice to know?
I like that one.
What do you mean going mad?
I have a feeling.
Probably need to go to the toilet.
I can't find it now. That's something.
That's why it's lost.
Yeah.
It's living up to its name.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Is this it? No. Maybe it's this one. Yep. Got it.
Go on.
Hang on a sec. Here we go.
We're all ears.
Are you really? That's why you look so funny.
No, it looked like that before. Don't worry.
Right,
We
hang
know
on a
it's
sec.
the first stress.
Oh.
Here you go.
Oh, yes.
That's how you won those Mellotron packs, isn't it?
That's it.
Was that the first one?
Yeah, I think it was.
Hello, and welcome to Whose Shit Is This?
Oh no! I tell you what we did.
It was both for a while, wasn't it?
It was both, yeah, because the one that Chris
Because this was with the
prefaced-
animation, and Chris's was with the countdown beforehand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
You could have a 75-minute countdown and nothing else on the show. That'd be. And then just some
This show is all of our previous themes.
Yeah,
Then
don't.
just then just play the outro
Yeah, donate now, and that's it. Yeah.
with the little caption, there was no news this week.
We've been banned by every manufacturer
Yeah.
in the
By the way,
Western
whose
world.
penis
Yeah.
is this?
What's my penis? No, I prefer where's my penis. That's
Yeah, where's my penis?
Where's my penis?
The Present
my
Network is now
penis?
sponsored and partly owned by Biology.
This show was supposed to be presented by Kent, but Robbie went, nah.
You could also run another stream
Fuck.
called the
Kent's
Amateur
cam-
Synth Network.
The what? Sorry.
The Amateur Synth Network.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be me.
Yeah. You
Well, we
get
did
more
come in for some criticism early this week about our, the pro.
Oh, yeah.
We never ever suggested for a moment that the pro stood for professional.
That's right.
We're the proactive synth network.
Yeah.
The prolapse.
The proactive synth network.
The Prozac Synth Network?
The process.
Yes. The Probiotic Synth Network.
There you go.
What
hell
happened
is
to the
going on
good
with
old
this
Synth Elite?
Synth elite. Oh, yeah.
They left a long time ago.
I was
Society. Nice one, Paul.
Proper child synth network. Dear, oh dear. Right. I think I'm going to go and be sociable with Mrs. Pruicelli. Otherwise I'm getting
Penis Synth Network, yeah. There you
That's
go.
it.
That works. Hello there.
Welcome to Where's My Penis?
Wait,
Synth
wait,
Network.
where's my penis network?
How bruised is it this week?
How bruised is my valley?
Where's my penis?
It's better
It's
than how brown
37
is my mouth.
30 seconds on the cock. Off you go, Dick.
Synth Network.
Oh,
And the audience don't clap. They just say,
well, speaks a lot about PSN's audience.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
it's only a 30-second show.
And the older we get, starts earlier.
Oh god.
Oh, dear me.
Right, I'll
No,
see you
good
guys
god,
later.
that's not my Irish accent. My Irish accent is far more convincing.
to be sure, to
I
be sure.
bloody hope so.
Oh yeah. No, that was basically an affectation of Matthew Kelly with a chair leg stuck up his arse.
Lucky man.
Speaking out of experience,
Probably. Quite possible. Who knows? Oh God, no! This isn't a pro show. It's not even a show. Remember? Show.
go.
Oh, dear.
Robbie, time for a patch change, mate.
What?
No, Robert.
I think you should
Yeah, patch change, mate. Because I'm starting to think I'm working in an aluminium pan factory, for fuck's sake.
I'm sorry, is Doorbell Central not what you wanted?
No, not really.
Right, I'll see you later. I'll be back later.
All right, dear. She's all.
Yeah, we need to now rewrite the theme while Rob's out.
This is pure.
Time to
Pure
put
organic.
samples out, mate.
It
Pardon?
has to feature no FM.
Break the fart samples out.
Yeah.
But this is 100% pure analog FM.
It's way too
Contradiction in
accurate.
terms. Yeah.
Way too accurate.
Well, I retune for each sample.
You did
But,
what, Robert? Say that again.
For each sample, I adjusted the tuning, which is when I fucked up the ratio from 1 to 3.5 to 1 to 4 for the higher notes.
No, do it on an Odyssey. Just get an Odyssey and put the ring modulator on, and you'll realise you can't tune anything.
But like about an octave and a half to 2 octaves I could get on there with like after 15 minutes of it running 2 octaves of FM was definitely possible. That's like the linear FM oscillators I have is a booklet 258 clone, so not quite the highest quality, but it tracks surprisingly well.
Come in here. Come and say hi. Come and say up here. No, up here. You weird dog. No. Yeah, so maybe the way forward might be to wipe this thing completely and start again.
Ken, if you tried a different interface.
Yes,
Okay.
it continued to do it
Yeah.
with Matt's one.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we
all indicates
literally ruled out all the hardware.
yeah, it's computer then. So it's
Yeah.
either, it's either the install or the fucking unit's got a hardware issue.
It's one or the other, isn't it? But we'll try the software route because that is slightly less troublesome.
Yeah.
And see what that occurs. do the clean restore half, and then see about talking to Apple.
Yeah.
Because it'd just be just easier to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a bit of discussion in chat regarding samplers. Guys, if you're looking at that, consider I've got SP404SX and they're very good. Even the 404, despite its capacity, was good. A3000, not a lot of capacity. Look at a 1010 black box. You don't have to buy one, just have a look at it if you can find one.
We can't really hear what you're playing, Kent.
No, you don't want to.
Well,
Played it Thursday, can't remember it now.
Mars.
Can we imagine an entire episode of PSN narrated by Vincent Price? That's the question.
Yeah, I can't do Vincent Price.
Good evening.
owl's teeth.
Why is that that's so hard to find? I can remember all of it except the first two chords. Always catches me out. I can never remember where it starts. How weird is that?
No, not no.
What's that?
I hate that sound, Robert. No, it's horrible.
Somebody doesn't like accordions.
No. Loathe the
I do.
What do you mean somebody? I mean everybody, baby.
No,
Darling.
we should shout out to Little Miss Squeezebox in Perth, Australia.
Yeah.
Nikki D'Agostino is in Perth and does great work on keys.
That isn't it. That isn't it either. No, that is not the second chord.
You appear to be exterminating again.
You're
Really?
Dalek-ing.
It's the bringing in the sheaves preset.
What? No, I'm still on the accordion.
Oh dear.
That makes sense at all. Pardon me. I get that transformer fixed.
Yeah. Sostenuto. Yep.
Yeah. And don't get this chord. That is not it. I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't identify what is wrong with it.
What's the origin, Kent?
Well, it's supposed to be the first two opening chords of Barber's Diageo, but it doesn't sound right. The second chord is wrong. I know it sounds wrong, but I can't seem to find out what it is that's wrong. That transition isn't right. But I don't know why it isn't right. No. That's not right. Unless the second root hasn't changed. No. I can't. No, I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out.
No, if you go on YouTube, there are scores available, so have a look there.
What you mean, as in?
If you go into YouTube and then look for Barber's Gaugio score, they'll show you in real time what the parts are, and you can just look down the notes and see which ones differ.
Yeah.
That's my way of doing it anyway, without a score. I don't know the piece, so I can't pick the intervals that aren't right.
Well, let's see if I can find the rest. It might come back to me. Hang on a bloody moment. You know what? It's not helping matters here. It is doing fletendo, and fletendo is taking too long. That is why. Please move along. Let's go for that instead. Let's try that. That's not right either. What the hell? It's wrong. Still wrong. know what it is? It was one note too many. Putting in a note that wasn't supposed to be there.
Also, to be annoying, I think you're a semitone sharp. Looking at the score.
Am I really?
Yeah. Well, that's even more annoying to play then.
Oh, we got transpose for that. Adagio for Timberwolves, yeah, it'd probably sound better. I don't know why I'm getting very strange articulations when I'm supposed to be. Because that should be really straightforward. Sharp. Oh God, sharp. Okay. Oh, let's put it. Let me see now. That would put it at. Ooh. Yeah, that would be a bastard key, wouldn't it? Yeah, put it right down there, wouldn't it? Bloody hell. I think we put it a bit low, but hey, I didn't write it. I wouldn't know.
It sounded convincing.
Yeah, except that string sound. It's that sort of because the sample has that slow attack on it. Regardless, it's like rather than being more,
Marcato, yeah. You want a Marcato style, yeah.
Yeah.
Emulated 2 Makata strings.
Yeah, but then you'd have to change to a different channel on a different keyboard to do the chords to it.
Yeah.
Have that more was it flatando? So playing it live would require 4 hands and 2 computers.
Yeah, string articulations live are always difficult to do out of an orchestra pit.
Yeah.
I used to use a Roland XV3080 with the Orc 2 card, and the Orchestra 2 card had the Zydellac samples on it, but they were passable coming out of an orchestra pit for an amateur show. It was fine.
Yeah.
The other good trick to use is to use a fast attack cello in the bass and then use a slower string pad sound in the treble, and that gives you a little bit of a faked fast or slow attack as you want it.
Is it sort of like that isn't
Yeah, there's a delay on the attack. Yeah.
Yeah, but there isn't even. It's not even supposed to be doing that. It's not even the patch for it. That blink.
Is that the reverb? That's the reverb.
I don't know. I don't think it.
The reverb can have a pre-delay on it, which means you get an artificial late attack.
Yeah, it almost sounds like a pitch. Whereabouts are we on the mixer with this one? It should be the top. There we go. Which one are you? Oh, you're over there. Oh, it's a modulation amount on it, would you believe?
Okay.
Try it. Still be that one, and I still don't really know what the hell I'm doing. 9 times out of 10, I'm just picking sounds I like. You know?
But I think the problem with those vast string libraries is you've got 155,000 gigabits of samples and different articulations.
Yeah.
And normal performance would have lots of different articulations, and you're trying to approximate that with a single articulation.
Yeah, but they come out with all these different, names for them, and I'm going.
Yeah, soltando. What's a soltando? What's a ponticello? I mean, they're all spiccato as opposed to staccato, and
Yeah. So if you do a wide triad. It's a flantando off. Discord. That physical model violin and cello, holy crap, they are good. They really are.
yeah, they do sound great, and as a lead tone. I think there's a similar patch in the old Roland machine called a barrier-large violin, and it really does. It leaps out at you with a lot of high frequency information, which is quite. You can hear the rosin on the bows.
Yeah, this has got a. It seems to know when you're playing the note either quickly or slow. It changes the articulation as you're playing it, which is great.
It becomes flautando, which is like a flute. Yeah, it
Yeah,
sort of
it's like really clever.
skips. Yeah, no, that is clever. That's very. I mean, that's brilliant. Brilliant creation on behalf of the string person. Person who sampled and
I think it also
introduced
does
that.
the bow length as well. So it goes on and then pulls it the other way again.
And the late vibrato. Yeah.
Is that the harmonic one as well?
No, this is the Spitfire solo.
Oh, okay.
Which, considering it's sampled in a big reverberant room, is surprisingly amazing.
I think it's safe to say the days of selecting a solo violin patch on a keyboard and going, "Oh God, let's not use that," have gone.
The other thing too is that the voicing has to be once you voice it and play it with two hands. There's stuff that you would write in terms of articulations and in terms of a quartet playing, which totally is unplayable with just two hands on a keyboard, that you wind up without all of the nuances and the overtones and the other stuff that happen.
Well, particularly if you do close harmony, that sounds terrible trying to play that on a keyboard.
Yeah, we did. Like you
need to. It's 4 individual lines you need to write.
Right.
Then a proper quartet. That their tuning would constantly adjust, and they would probably play a lot more perfect fifths than you would otherwise play.
Or passing notes and so forth that you write in, but the articulation on those tends to add to the overall sound.
Yes, but also, with them actually repitching to proper perfect fifths a lot more than, a sample library just can't do it, because you would be a bit stupid limiting your sample library to a key, and then there's no way to easily change that. To try and tell your sampled instrument, oh, I'm now in a different key, so now I want these notes to have a different tuning offset. No, it's all in approximately equal temperament. There's no way to... Homo tuning sort of does it, but then again, telling something dynamically that you're changing your tuning or your temperament is very hard. Or your reference for temperament.
Yeah, we're not aware of the limitations of some acoustic instruments, and for example, going from 7th to 1st position on a trombone, or some of the intonations on a French horn are always just that little bit out, and that changes the perception of the whole piece. It even dictates the key you actually write the piece in.
There's definitely something screwy going on. And I don't think it's just the Mac either.
Kent, if it's interference of some sort, could it be the channel on your router?
No, because what it seems to be is every now and again I'll have a plug-in and it starts doing weird pitch shit that it's not even capable of doing normally.
Right. Okay.
Just weird. It's just, I don't know, there's something not gelling correctly somewhere. It's very, very odd. Very odd. See, that doesn't. See, why would that, for instance, where's that one? Pull that one up. This one here. You ask for that. How do we access that? He said. Can't. Why are you doing that? What the hell? That's so bizarre. No, I give up. I give up. The whole thing is just weird. I really don't fancy tearing it all apart again, trying again, start again. But just keeps doing weird shit, so I'm gonna have to.
How much stuff have you?
Sorry?
How much stuff have you got on that Mac?
Very little. I got
Okay.
a couple of, standard programs to run the Focusrite and the camera.
Well, you had loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of plugins that you didn't even know that you'd got, and all that sort of stuff. Has that all
That's
been
all on the
taken off?
PC.
Oh, I see.
No, I wanted this stable before I started to build a, Cubase environment on this.
All right. Yeah, I'm with you.
So I haven't even got. I've got Cubase on it, although I've had to install that twice. So maybe I've just got a shaky foundation I'm trying to build everything on.
Macs aren't supposed to do that, are they? That's the point of them.
Yeah, I thought that was the whole point.
Yeah.
I mean, the Mini I had was a delight. You know? I mean, the only thing that's ever exhibited was the squeaky fan. By which time it was, 13 years old. And just its fan used to sort of do that sort of like thing every now and again. And that's in regards to operation, it was fine. When I was beta testing OBE, wasn't a problem.
Maybe the trick is to remove components just one at a time each week, so you don't miss them, and then you can reinstall them readily, and then see if any one contributor. So in other words,
that's what I mean. There's very little on it. I mean, if I took the camera off.
Well, the camera, I reckon, just keep the camera static and use the inboard camera rather than the roving one, and see if that changes anything, for example.
Yeah, I mean, you could just see.
Just for 1 week or one show or something, and see if there's any interference on that show.
I can't really, because there's no camera in this monitor.
I've got a spare one. Do you want me to send it up?
I've got loads of spare cameras.
Try another camera.
Maybe I'll just try another cam. Yeah.
Try the one that makes us look 50 years younger. That would be excellent.
It's supposed to be this one.
Oh, okay.
So we'll all look older
That's
on the other
that's what it is. The software's struggling.
It's a warranty claim.
one. Yeah. It's got to do all those AI faces live.
The wrinkle removal. Yeah,
Yeah.
the filters. Yeah, it's a filter problem.
No,
Apart
I mean,
from Robert, I
literally,
think
in
we're all
terms
out
of your
warranty.
average, everyday person's computer, this has fuck all on it. Really. Because I was just trying to get it stable before I moved on. And it's literally got, all right, admittedly, it's got 3 web browsers on it now because of trying out different web browsers to see if I could get rid of the Dalek effect. Apparently I get a different Dalek effect, mostly now. But still get it nonetheless. And it normally takes an hour, 2 hours to happen. You change the sample rate and it disappears for another 2 hours, and then does it again and change the sample rate from 48 to 44, and then back to 48 again, and then go another 2 hours. It's weird. I've completely removed all the Focusrite software. I mean completely, where you'd search for all associated files and everything.
Changing the sample rate would would clear all the buffers and remove all of the buffers temporarily.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it's something. The other thing is it could be a signal that we can't hear. It's just overdriving and digitally clipping the whole system. So in other words, it's one of the dogs is sending out a 26 kilohertz tone that we don't hear, but it's overdriving the system. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's just very strange. I mean, apart from the Mac Studio, everything else is pretty much the same as it was before. It's just that the priorities were handed over to the Mac Studio instead of the PC. So I don't know. Maybe it is have a tear down and start again, see what happens.
See, if everything else is working except for the static on the web broadcasts, I would grab another PC and just use it with a camera, get a cheapie and just run that for a week or two, and then see if you've still got the same sort of issues.
Yeah.
Because that's the only redundancy you haven't tested is the hardware itself.
Yeah. Although this camera worked perfectly on the Mac Mini for a year.
Yeah,
and it worked on the PC before that.
Yeah.
It's only since plugging it into this Mac Studio that it's like doing all this wandering off by itself, and the thing. Well, I mean, even when I fired up the show tonight, it had there was a picture, but it was frozen, and I even disconnected the camera and connected it back up again. And when I connected it back up, the same picture was still there, frozen on the screen. Didn't make any difference. I had to actually restart the studio to clear the picture, the frozen picture in the camera. It's bloody ridiculous.
You're not using a USB hub in any form, are you?
No.
Okay.
No, there's more than enough USBs on that studio.
Yeah, nice. Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I've still got 2, 3 spare anyway. So, and I've tried different USB sockets as well, but maybe there's just something not quite right with the the foundational setup of it. So if I just wipe it and start again, and then see.
Hard to know. It's hard to know. I haven't encountered anything like that, so I have no real experience in it.
I suppose the good thing is that if I did completely wipe it and reinstall everything again, the OS and that, and then slowly put the various bits on, like the camera and the Firefox, for instance, which seems to have worked better than Opera and Edge and Chrome. It'll only take about 2 hours to find out if it's improved it or not.
Question: oh God, stand up, someone else. Does your camera have a mic on it?
Yeah, but it's turned off.
Have you got any cameras without a mic?
Good question.
Because
I'm
my,
just-
my camera makes me sound Australian, which is always terrible, you know.
my brain just sort of goes down these routes of
Mm.
discount the mic.
What, this one?
It's just,
No, on the camera.
it's a £5 mic. What do you expect? That's
Oh no,
discounted.
the mic on the camera's off. Off.
Still try it. Just give it a shot.
Yeah.
Still
Not
try
got
it.
nothing to lose. Yeah.
No. Pull the camera you're using that out and try another one and see what happens.
Mm.
I just,
Yeah, I've got another one knocking around. In here, I mean. Yeah, and just see. Yeah, it's just a little strange. What's weird is that it's like that you get the crackling on the keyboards as well.
mm,
as
Well,
well
that's
as on the mic.
just an overdrive situation. That sounds like digital clipping, which means something is sending a signal we can't hear through at some point and triggering that auto leveling in StreamYard to sort of get confused.
Yeah, it's a little strange. Mind you, I've had a crash course in Mac now, I must admit. I've learnt a lot about Macs in the last 2 weeks, tell you that.
well, like I say, I used to be PC all the time, and then my ex-brother-in-law got hold of a Mac and said, "Oh, I don't know how to use it. Get it working." And I just pissed about of it, and it took me about 2 weeks, and was like, "Oh, I like this."
Mm.
And then I got myself. Somebody had a beaten up G4 iMac in pieces, wasn't working. I was like, yeah, chuck it here. Got that working, and it's just built from there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this is why we got the iPhone in the end, because up until then I'd used what was it? One of those, was it HTC jobbies? Android, isn't it?
Mm.
I couldn't find fucking anything on that. I mean, I really, like what my mobile number was. I go, yeah, I seem to remember how you go. Well, and I just couldn't find it, and all this sort of thing. Whereas on the iPhone, everything's laid out so intuitively. Well, at least for me, because I'm a heavy iPad user. Because since my laptop died, which was a beautiful, really fast, lappy, beautiful thing it was, but it died. So I started using the iPad Air quite consistently. And know where everything is. And I thought using the Mac would be a straightforward experience. And it wasn't quite as straightforward as...
There's a couple of little changes. I mean, I find using a PC an absolute pain in the arse now. Hate them with a passion. But,
Well, the weirdness is, it's almost like there's a competition going on in the room, because since the Mac Studio's been in, the PC has been absolutely faultless. Yeah, it's like on its best
Sticking
behaviour.
2 fingers up at you.
Yeah, going, come
Tell
back
you.
to me. I'm no trouble at all.
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So, but I keep the PC anyway because it's just, well, it's a stonking computer, and it's got an RTX video card in it. I mean, yeah, good luck getting one of them into a Mac.
Well, you can't.
No, exactly. So if there is any gaming to be done on that girl can really run it, I tell you.
Well, even the new Mac Pro has got was it 6 or 7 PCIe slots, and they just won't allow you to put a graphics card in it. It's like, what?
Yeah. Well, it's that thing of with PCs. It was like, get on with it, do what you want with it. Whereas Apple seems to be more, well, do it our way.
Yeah.
And in many respects, that makes perfect sense because, especially when it comes to troubleshooting, you phone Apple and go, oh, this, and this. Oh, it is this and it is that, because you haven't got a fucking 12 quid modem in it,
Yeah.
you know, that you found in a skip somewhere. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's, you know, knocking everything out.
They know what's in it because they made it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And there's going to be nothing else in it other than that.
Yeah.
And if there is some third-party stuff that you can try and squeeze in there, it either works or it doesn't. So, but,
No,
yeah,
it's
you
funny. You talk about not being able to find anything on your phone. My mum's got a MacBook Pro. Yeah, her phone is an Android job, and she says, I can't do this on my Mac. And it's like click, 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 done. Right, sort that. And she gives me her phone to do something, and I'm going, what the fuck is this? I can't do anything with it because I just don't know how they work.
yeah.
Because all my stuff is iPhone and iPad and MacBook and.
I think it really depends on how your brain's wired because, I mean, you could give me the largest, most complex bloody modular you've ever seen in your life, and I will patch it up and get sounds out of it, no problem. Give me a VCS3 and I've got to work with the pin matrix board, and I'm going, fucking hell, here we go. How do you get the trapezoid to work on this again?
I don't know what you mean. Envelope signal and trapezoid are not confusing at all. Nobody will get ever confused by the two. They're so intuitive. Yes, great idea.
Yeah. It's like with
Well,
the
you just
with the
plug both into
AKS.
the output, and then unplug one, and then unplug the other, and then decide, this is the one I actually want.
Yeah. But it's like with the AKS. I mean, to get the keyboard to work properly, you have to put pins into the joystick.
Oh, yes, because on the later ones, the sequencer comes through the horizontal joystick part.
Yeah.
Because
it's
somebody
like,
thought it was a good idea.
Thanks for that, guys. Yeah, that was really, really, really cool.
Well, on the Syntrix is another stage again, because you can have different levels of patch pin insertion. So you've basically got gradations on the interface. So that's wacky too. Yeah, I don't understand the Syntrix. I've sat there with ours, and I just don't have the brain for a Syntrix patch. But yeah.
I mean, on the VCS3 or AKS, you do have like the different pins, where green are slightly higher resistor values, and then the red ones are 1% instead of the normal 10 or 20% that all the white ones are.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there are like two different resistor values.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's still because the thing is they don't come in often enough, and when they do, I go, how do you do it again?
It's the one bit of elusive hardware, isn't it? It's sort of like we all have something that's our nemesis in terms of tech. You have the one thing that you never gelled with and never was intuitive, and you just found out in the end you were holding your mouth the wrong way the whole time.
Yeah. The weird thing is the inside of it, no problem. But actually operating it, I'm going, what the fuck am I doing?
The interface, just keep pushing pins until something works.
Yeah, exactly.
And you notice there's an absolute. Actually, the funny thing was early in the piece, I wanted to have some of the Jean-Michel Jarre style synthy sounds, that style of thing done. I went into an AKS synthy group, and I said, I will pay handsome money for anyone to actually make some UFO noises and record them for me and send them my way. And no one responded. In other words, there are probably 45 people in that group sitting there going, I've just got one, I don't know how to use it. Sort of thing. I didn't feel so bad after asking the question,
Yeah.
But I understand why it is just a totally different interface to anything else on the market, pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Matrix Brute or any of those later synths that have pin matrices, but certainly that one by itself for many years just stood apart. A bit like the Booklet stuff was different in terms of its interface.
Yeah.
The easel and stuff were just totally unusual user experiences.
Yeah.
Well, it's a totally intuitive user experience on the easel. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, I'm just saying that those synths we didn't handle very often were the ones that were kind of foreign to us when we first approached them.
Well, it's funny because when I saw Nick's video with Alessandro Cortini, like, was it 5 years ago or even more than that, I just thought, this actually makes total sense to me. So it clearly says a lot about my brain that for videos of him playing over Buchla, I was just like, this makes sense. This is perfect. Which is why then eventually I've gone down that route. And for my brain, it seems to work.
Right, I'm going to get myself a coffee anyway. And hang on, let me go.
Kofefi.
Oh, coffee. See you in a minute.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, you gentlemen. Are you right?
Well, I think so. Well, it's too early in the morning to tell here.
A little too late in the evening to tell here.
Yeah.
We're working different time zones.
Broadcasting some light onto the modular world, Robert, are you?
Always.
Always. Hello,
Robert's...
Andrew. Hello, Matt.
Hey, mate. All right. Yeah.
No, full mark.
Say again?
I was going to say full marks to Robert for understanding all that stuff and being so intimately involved with it, because I've stayed a good distance from Modular for most of my career, and a recent delving into it proved expensive with modules I bought that were broken, and that made it harder again. So, yeah, I get full marks for the people who do it. I understand why you do it. It's fantastic, but I have very little skill and aptitude in that area.
It's even more fun when you have a dodgy breadboard sitting to the side of it to do some other conversions.
That's good though. That's the whole point, that you're doing something that's unique.
He likes to live life on the edge.
I can make one good recommendation. That make sure the modules are screwed in before you actually move the case, because I did that to get a cable around the back and they all fell out.
Ouch.
Because I'd forgotten that they weren't screwed in. I'd only put them in just to play about to see what would go where and
sorry about that. Any damage?
No, they all landed on this mess of spaghetti, so it was like on a big cushion.
So you see, that's what the spaghetti is for.
I just lent it forward just so I could pull a MIDI cable round the back, and the others went. I was thinking, well, that was stupid. You complete shithead, honestly.
It's not stupid. It's just human. We all go through things like that. I'm just happy.
So I got screwed by not being screwed. Yeah, Manny, that's right. It wasn't screwed. It was just silly. I was just thinking, oh God, what another. I've only put them in just to move around and go. This can go here. That can go there. That'll work. Oh. God.
No, I have 13 Roland 100M modules in the cases. The cases cost more than most of my polysynths. They were just very, very expensive when I came to acquire them. And it's an interesting format, but I just find that I don't have enough patch cables or enough time to sort of explore it adequately. And I tend to try to do things in the traditional, VCO filter, VCA route. And I think, well, I could have done this on an Odyssey or any other synth, way simpler.
I had exactly the same feeling, because my starting point was the System 100 modules from Behringer. And no matter what I did, it just sounded like a mono synth, like Pro 1. Or very SH101 sounding, that Roland sort of sound.
Yep.
So for me, it was like, that's when I started to get into the sort of more interesting sort of modular things, just to give it more interest, really, because I just found that it wasn't giving me anything that, like I said, I couldn't do on a Pro 1 and more quickly.
But I think that's a mindset. Yeah, I reckon that's a mindset thing, that we come to it with the context of diatonic, monophonic parts, and we tend to approach it that way. Whereas really, the best stuff are the people who haven't seen a manuscript and just go in and buy the modular, and they do these amazing things, and they're polyrhythmic, and they undulate and they develop over time, and that's fantastic. Yeah. But I just don't. I don't have that. Yeah,
I've got those sort of modulation sources in here now, so I can do that thing, sort of different modulations and clocked modulation. So that's becoming much more interesting to use, but it's taken a long time and also a lot of money to get to that point. But I suppose the thing with it is you start with a bit, you add a bit, and a bit more, and a bit more. Okay, so I mean the cost of the actual cases themselves is bloody stupid, really. I mean, frustratingly stupid. I mean, the Behringer Go case is just about the best value for money that you can get in terms of modular cases. I went to a couple of custom cases because I wanted to take it out and play live, and the Go case just wasn't as convenient because you've got to pack it away in its box and then carry the box. Whereas this is just a case, you can handily pick it up and you go, and you can close it patched. Then I've had the second box made, which is basically the lid. It'll close down and it will close patched as well, so it's just bigger. Yeah, but I do understand that it really isn't for everybody. The thing that's really noticeable, I mean, is when I'm playing at some of these EMOM nights, how much bigger it sounds than some of the people who are turning up with like NPCs or that sort of thing. And I think sometimes people who are working on things like an NPC have a tendency to overwork it and compress it and produce it all at home, and because you really can on an NPC, can't you? You can really give a polish, and I think it just reduces the dynamic range down, so it doesn't feel as dynamic. Whereas you've got that, and you can just feel that raw, particularly from the analog modules, that real raw analog power. I think that's really, and people comment on it too. You know, people do say that just sounded so
Epic,
which is nice. It's good feedback to get. So
yeah, I think there is a rawness just to use the oscillators live. I've always found that when I've punched an Odyssey straight through a guitar amp, even it just has a certain ring to it. You know, there's that live. You're moving air, and I think the moving of the air is the important part. If you're compressing in a box, then you're suddenly taking all of the nuance out of it. And the coarseness, you lose that sort of grit that you get when you're just pushing raw oscillators into the air through a 15-inch speaker, you know.
Right. It's time for me to retire now. I'm going to... Oh, now that Ian's here, I'm going to bugger off. Right.
Was
I'll
it
give you the
something I
CT
said?
and... Yeah, nothing you said, nothing Eddie said, but I'm going to bed now. I'm going to clamber into
Eddie's face.
No, he's just arrived, and I am going because I've been on here now for ages, and I was on this afternoon, so
It doesn't cost anything.
It's all free.
I'm more about I'm gonna retire. Anyway, yes,
All right, babe.
good chat.
Safe travels.
Take care, folks.
Yeah.
We'll see you all
Take
Good
care.
to see you, Andy.
very
Night-night.
soon.
See you later, darling.
See you later,
Bye,
mate.
matey. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good
Hello.
evening.
Ooh.
How are we doing?
Not bad.
Hey, Ian, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the chat. It's too hard for me. I'm too shit for this.
Do you ever play your 700, Ian?
Yeah, never. It's just there for show. Yeah, I do actually, but infrequently actually, if I'm honest. I
That's a
do
rabbit
record
hole
it.
I know.
Sorry?
That's a rabbit hole I know.
Yeah. I do record it more than anything else. I've done some live jams with it. I did a session with a guy, which we ended up putting a track on an album, and I used it on that. I use it for bass on that. It's great for stuff like that.
There you go, bud.
And in fact, the last time I properly used it was when I recreated I'm working on. I'm putting out an album that I recorded on 40 years ago, which we did on vinyl. Masters are long gone, and I did a video quite a while ago recreating my synth parts, which was on the 700. I didn't have the original. I used to have a Melos. You remember the Melos tape reverb thing?
Yep.
Yeah, I loved that thing. Absolutely brilliant. It's like a little. It was like a little WEM copycat in the little box.
That
with
I
it.
know, the WEM copy.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of them as well.
Yeah.
There are some very good Strymon pedals that do tape delay and simulation of that. I've got a couple of them here, and they are superb. They give you exactly that authentic feeling and just drop you straight into that mode.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant. It was lovely. I mean, I just bought this. I didn't know what I was buying. I bought the 700 and realised that the 700 was great, but it didn't have any effects, and it needed something else. So, and I was playing live with it, and I must have bought it. I clearly bought it second hand, and bought a couple of tapes for it. Actually, I went through a few tapes, but it was great. It sounded fantastic.
Half God is asking a question in the chat, Kent.
Yeah. Where's the question?
V trig to S trig. Would a simple FET switching circuit work?
No, put a transistor in it.
Just use the circuit that's in the Moog 961 module. I think it's 961. The V-trig to S-trig converters in there, just use that circuit and replace with standard BC whatever transistor. That's probably fine.
I'm trying to remember which one is it. It's the 3906. I think you can just wire in there. With
One I think also on the Dupfer website under the DIY section, but they will also tell you how to do it.
Yeah, which leg goes where. If you're using an actual, an old-fashioned S-trig cable, you can fit the transistor inside that casing, that mode casing.
Or even like Switchcraft, quarter-inch jack. There's like so much space in there.
Yes, there's enough room. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now, some of my customers get a little bit sort of upset if I remove the S-trig plug. It removes the authenticity. No, it doesn't.
But I mean, the beauty of S-trig is that you can just melt them together.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's the only excuse to use them.
Yeah. I put loads of them on Hans's Modular. Got rid of all the S-trigs on it. He didn't want them. Yeah, just put in some quarter-inch, mate. That'll be fine. Yep, no problem. Actually, I've done it to a couple. I think I've done it to a 3C as well.
I mean, on most modulars, if you just keep it as one system, and most of the standard configs, there's so little that needs to be done with them. I don't quite see the point why people want to remove, because it's not like you have a lot of choice, and if you have a converter, there's like only 3 envelopes or whatever. I mean, yeah, if you have the systems like Hans, like the Chris Franco system, or also all the others, but it makes more sense.
Yeah.
But for most of the standard systems, where you have 2 or 3 envelopes, makes fuck all difference, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you do it mostly on people who wanted the S-trig replaced, and this I've never understood. When the S-trig replaced, a socket fitted to have it so that it is CV. Sorry, gate instead of S-trig on a mini Moog, and I think it was the later ones had a V-trig anyway, didn't they? Didn't they have bolt? I can't remember. I'm sure they had a gate socket on them already, the late ones. I'm trying to remember that.
If not, it might be also one of the first things internally, when it has the transistor to convert it to a gate rather than a switch signal.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to remember. I'm sure I used something like the 2N3906, or it's the 3904. I can't remember. It was one or the other.
Gentlemen, I'm going to take my leave.
All right, dear.
All right.
Good to see you.
Take care.
Cheers, Matt.
Thanks for a nice evening. Cheers, guys.
All right, mate. Nice stuff.
Bye.
Yeah, mate.
Bye.
Yes. So.
I was, I was thinking of the Strymon Volante and the El Capistan, and also, and then
El Capitan and the
El Capistan, as in like a capstan.
yeah.
Capistan, and then the more ambitious is the Volante. It has like multiple heads you can turn on and off, and so you get more staggered or syncopated type echoes. And then if you want the cheap option, the Roland have the RE2 Space Echo.
I20 or whatever they call it.
And the RE20 is the larger one, and then the new one is the RE202, but they're all of the same general flavour.
If you want a really good use pedal, TC Nova Delay, they come up really cheap. But they are sort of between a tape sound and a digital sound, very, very unique and quite cool. And if not, also the old Line 6 DL4 pedal.
Right.
Yep.
Surprisingly good.
A lot of those pedals get you in the ballpark. Even the cheaper analog pedals by Moore and that can actually give you some interesting sort of slap effects if you want. But you can spend between $50 and $5,000 on these sort of things. That's the problem.
I've got what the hell is it? Let me find it.
We need some soft going to the shelf music, I think.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah.
NUX Atlantic, which is a delay and reverb with the delay is 70s, 80s, and 90s on an algorithm, and then there's a Hall plate and a spring model of a spring reverb. Yeah. It's pretty good actually. I mean, it's
their Nux pedals are quite economical too.
Yeah, they are. It wasn't,
especially for the guitar effects,
something like that.
Yeah, less here. But I know from the guitar point of view, I think Brett Kingman, my mate here in Melbourne, has a channel where he promotes guitar pedals, and Brett demonstrated a whole lot of Nux pedals, which I then bought. And some of the distortion and overdrive pedals are exceptionally good.
Yeah.
And not noisy, but just give you the effect, which is fantastic.
I bought that recently, the Zoom MS-70 for the Microfreak, but actually that I found that quite noisy.
Yeah,
Good. On batteries?
No, I've not used it on batteries. I've just used it plugged in. Maybe it's better on batteries, is it?
It's worth trying. I mean, it depends on whether you've got if you get a noisy power supply, it can make everything sound lousy, or if it's underpowered, that's the other thing. So if it wants 100 milliamps and you're giving it 50 sort of thing, that can be another problem. But
I've
got a one-spot power supply, which is pretty good.
I
think that one is 1 amp.
Yeah.
9 volts, 1
Even
amp.
the Boss ones wanted minimum 800 milliamp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess, but pedals. I find that no one really focuses on pedals for synth in the YouTube demos. It might be worth doing a couple.
Yeah.
And showing what's possible, because you can get some very nice sounds just by adding a single pedal.
Yeah, of course.
I can still hear that reverb tail, Kent.
Yeah, it's still going. I've set it to 6 weeks.
If you trim it down to 5 weeks, you can put a digital delay on it and get 10 out of it.
Yeah. I can keep it going that way, and then put it on a looper.
Yeah, that's right. And then a tape reel that is circular, And then one of those old Memorex loop cassettes.
Oh my
You got to
God.
put it
God,
through
yeah, I
that
remember them. Yeah.
for the answering machine.
Yeah.
And and then and you can play it on repeat on YouTube. That's the other option. Just have a playlist that has the same tape on it the whole time.
Yeah.
So we can extend the performance. Yeah, this turns a 3-second sporadic bout of talent into a 5-hour epic.
And it'll sell millions.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
will. Yeah. And you can release it as the monophonic single chord pack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, that's the take it to the ridiculous. Yeah.
Mm.
And then you can gate it just to confuse the audience,
Yeah.
so they never quite know what they're going to get. No, but I've had a lot of fun with a lot of those sort of tape delay style pedals recently. I've got a few of them from TC Electronics. I've got one, and then the Boss ones, and then the Strymon ones, and they're all slightly different in flavour, but they do give that wonderful. They turn a boring lead sound into something epic, or they turn a bass line which was a bit static into something that's a bit syncopated and different. So they're always worth, even just basic digital delays are fun.
Yeah.
I've got a couple of old SDE 1000 Rolands, and they're a bit gritty, but they're wonderful. You can dial in the exact number of milliseconds on the front, and then just press the button to memorize it. Four presets, but you can do chorus on that, and you can do slap echo, and you can do the repeat echoes, and you can even feed them back if you want to. But they're it's lovely. Always sort of old delay devices are wonderful to play with. And that ends this evening. Lecture.
Something's gone weird.
What's gone weird?
Where? What? Who?
His sound.
He says
Well,
it's
not
like
weird.
for everything going weird, to be honest.
Oh, what else is, apart from the fact that I came, that's weird in itself.
No, it's, I've been having nothing but trouble with Mac again. It's been a right pain in the butt. I think Robert's working on his next masterpiece, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Of course he is. He's always at it.
Guys, at this stage, I'm going to say farewell, and I'll catch up with you on the next one.
All right, darling.
Good to see you,
And
Steve.
take care, guys. Yeah, look after yourselves, and don't do what I do. Stay healthy, okay? Cheers.
Oh, mate.
Bye
Look
for
after
now.
With
yourself.
Brian.
Bye.
Thanks
Take
anyway.
care, mate.
Take
Cheers,
care.
mate.
Ah. Yeah, I've been getting whinged at by Fiona
What for?
doing an album.
What, are you going to do one?
She goes, yeah. She goes, I've worked out how much you spent in there this year. So where's the album then?
Well, if you need a record label,
I'll be beating your door down, mate. Don't you worry.
that's fine, mate.
I don't know what you're going to do with that £4, but
Well,
Whole £4? Wow.
Yeah, I don't-
I said
I
to
don't
Grace
want-
and Andy that
Hey,
I'm planning to move to Barbados and live on a yacht.
Yeah, it all goes into the yard fund, doesn't it?
He goes into the yacht fund, exactly, yeah.
yeah.
And when it's in his music business address moving over to Cayman Islands.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'd be more like Isle of Dogs in a second-hand rowboat.
Yeah, actually, I've not looked to the Isle of Dogs for where to move to, but I may as well.
I mean,
It's
there are some yachts in there.
Well,
Yeah.
say it's offshore, isn't it?
Well,
You're not talking about the film, are you?
no.
No, we're talking about East London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Isle of Dogs. I mean, you don't have to imagine what it's like. The hint is in the name.
In the name, innit?
You never know. Some dogs have a very nice life.
Well, I've spent a very frustrating evening trying to
Yeah.
book shows at Edinburgh Fringe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jane and I spent most of the evening going through, we've been looking for stuff,
Yeah.
and we're getting bombarded by theatre companies and artists saying, "Oh, please come and see our show." But then, when you try and book it, there is a media website which is pretty poor. You can't search it, and not everything's on there. So you either certain shows you can go and book there, but all the other shows you have to do through press offices. So we're going to have to contact, I think it's about 12 press offices
Oh, Christ.
individually,
Yeah.
and then what happened last year was we were much more ahead of the game. We've been slightly distracted with trying to move, obviously. What happened last year was we sent them all the stuff out way before now, and they didn't come back to us. So we booked other things, and then they come back and say, "Oh, you can come and see that show." Oh, I'm sorry, it was too late. We're already booked to see something else. So it's just doing our head in, really, But we'll get there,
Yeah. I mean, it can't help matters if they're making it difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that the Fringe Society, who they're coming for a bashing anyway, but they don't run everything, and some of the bigger production companies like the Assembly and there's about 3 or 4 of them in Edinburgh every year, and they sort of do their own thing. So what we've been doing tonight, we've been picking shows, and we've been agreeing and disagreeing. I'm saying I really don't want to go and see Shakespeare. I'll be honest, because I'm not a fan. And then we look at something, and then we go, it's with the Assembly, so we can't book that through the Edinburgh Fringe media services. We have to go direct to Assembly, and we are going to a showcase at the Assembly on the first day we arrive. Yeah. So we'll be able to talk to the press offices then, but it's a bit late if you're already there, and we're sort of trying to plan, at least the first week we're there,
Yeah.
But it's an interesting thing to an interesting problem to have. Sometimes I just think I should just buy them. I should buy the tickets. In fact, some of the shows we will buy the tickets.
Yeah.
Do
you think it's suffering from nanism, where it's getting too big?
Yeah.
Too commercial.
Definitely. It's too commercial. I mean,
it's not Fringe anymore.
No, it's not. I mean, because we like to try and see the smaller stuff anyway, and don't go to the. We very rarely would go to stuff that you see on TV. There's a danger there that we see something that's really not very good, and occasionally that does happen. But generally, the quality of the stuff at Edinburgh is brilliant. 99% of it is great. There was only one walkout last year, and it was a pretty poor show.
Yeah.
And we've said we're not reviewing stuff like that, and we went back to the press office and said, "Look, I'm sorry, but we just can't review this because we're not going to give it no stars because that's not that. Other people may like it.
Yeah.
But it certainly is too big, and the accommodation thing is such a nightmare now. The fact that.
Yeah, but they know you're coming.
They know you're coming, even though like I said, we booked the first lot of accommodation. Back end of last year. And then we booked again in March. March cost twice as much.
Jesus.
And the first lot of accommodation is actually student accommodation, so it could be a bit like that.
Yeah.
But we couldn't afford anything else.
Yeah.
So it is. It's and it's something that everybody should go to at some point because it's quite a unique festival. It's unlike anything else I've ever been to.
I suppose the ideal way to go to it, although it's not ideal, but the ideal way to go to Edinburgh Fringe would probably be in a camper van.
Yes, I did try and say to Jane about that.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've done all sorts of things. I mean, certainly, I was part of a media group in the run-up to up until last month, and you know, there was acts coming, theatre companies coming, and
Yeah.
and they can't get accommodation in Edinburgh, so they're having to get accommodation and drive in, or get a bus in or a train in every day to do the job. That's not on, really. You know, I mean, I believe most companies going to Edinburgh make a loss, unless you're a really big, well-known act that will sell out every night.
Yeah.
You know, and that's
Yeah,
not necessarily the sort of people that we're interested in seeing.
If
You can see them
if-
anytime.
Well, if memory serves me correctly, you went to see last year. Was it Bletchley Park the musical?
yeah. Yeah.
And I think we were sort of like going, you know, how are they going to do that? But you went. You said it was all right.
It was. I mean, we spoke to the producer at the end and said, look, we really like it, but I think you need to, you know, it's difficult for us because, you know, we don't want to trash anybody's work, but
Yeah.
because and I think there was a couple of things that we thought were a bit wonky with it, and we both thought the same way. And somebody else who was sat behind us said exactly the same thing because we were just chatting at the end.
Yeah.
But overall, it was really, really well done. You know.
Yeah, but I think a load of shows get tweaked, don't they?
Yeah, they
and
do. In fact,
edited until
there's a
they got it
show
the way they
that
want it.
we went to see Alan Turing the musical,
Yeah.
which is back this. I mean, we really liked it. I think we gave it 4 stars. Really small. There's only a cast of 3 people. It was in a very small venue. I mean, literally, you could probably get. There was 3 rows, so probably no more than 25 people, maybe 30 people at a pinch. And it was really, really well done. It was really, really good. And he's back again, and he's asked us to come back. Now we tend not to go back to see the same show again.
Yeah.
And he has tweaked it, and he's told me what he's tweaked. So what I said to him, I said, look, our original review still stands. I'll re-edit what we did last year. I'll put a top and tail it, and I'll put the new dates in, and I'll say what you've changed because he's emailed us. So we'll do that, you know, because it's a really, really good show. It can only be better,
Yeah.
you know. So yeah, it's. I mean, I haven't found anything that's quite like that yet, you know. There's some sort of very strange stuff. I mean, literally, we've been getting 15, 20 emails a day since, well, it started in May, really.
Yeah.
And all I've been doing, I mean, I've got an automated response to my email at the moment saying if you're a Fringe show, you know, thank you very much for thinking about us. We are working our way through the emails, which I am doing, you know. And if we want to go and see the show, we'll be back in touch, you know. And we've done that with some people, but there is just so much, you know. You can't see all of it, you know. And then you've got all the problem of booking the tickets,
Yeah.
you know. And then the amount of work that's involved in actually doing the videos at the end of it. Because I get to the point of thinking, okay, so if we see 4 shows today, that's 4 videos I've got to edit tonight before I go to bed. And at this particular moment in time, I don't know what the Wi-Fi is going to be like when I get there. So, you know, and I mean, last year I did really get behind. I was like 8 or 9 videos behind, so it was taking me 2 or 3 days. I could almost do with taking another person to just do like what Nick does when he goes and does all those videos. Get somebody to just do the editing and then upload them, you know. But you know, we're on 0 budget really.
Yeah.
You know, there's no, you know, it costs us to go.
Yeah.
Really, I think it's costing us $3,000 this year.
Okay.
And that's, that will include travel fares. Although we may end up driving up for the second trip. We're going on the bus. We're going on the train at the beginning.
Yeah.
So that's accommodation and fares, and not including anything like eating or any of that sort of stuff, or
Yeah.
even and we will end up buying some tickets as well.
Yeah.
Paul. I need minions. Yeah,
Yeah.
I need loads of them. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? But 3K, man. Jeez.
I know. We don't. We treat it as a holiday. I know it's not a holiday because it's a busman's holiday in the sense that we're working. It's a working holiday, but it's a working holiday that we're quite passionate about in that sense.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
because we've been going for so long that it's not. People spend that on a trip, don't they? I mean, I wouldn't spend $3,000 to go and sit on the beach in some sunny place. That's not me.
No.
And it's certainly not Jane.
I did it on a Mac Studio, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is ropey.
Which is very, very unstable, yes.
Yeah.
Best
I wonder
of
if you
times.
should get it replaced.
Well, like I said earlier, I'm going to wipe it
Right, and start
completely,
again with it.
Start again, download the software again, and
Yeah.
just put it together and just check everything
So
as I put it on.
did it come with the latest?
It
version?
came with most of it, I would imagine. There was a little bit of downloading for it to do when I plugged it in.
All right.
But for all I know, excuse me, for all I know, who's to say that it was a brand new one?
That's
They
true.
hadn't been to somebody and they had it for
And
a
it's come
day
back
and gone, fuck this, and sent it back again.
Did you bought it direct from Apple? Did you?
As far as I know, yeah.
Yeah. How quickly did it? From the moment you ordered it, how quickly did it come? Because if it should.
Oh, it
They
took
should-
a while because I'd ordered
Yeah, they should build 'em.
mid build one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you normally get it directly from China,
Yeah. Yeah,
when
it's
it
very
takes you
possible,
like a week and a half, when
Yeah.
it's probably coming direct from China.
Yeah. I mean, when I ordered mine, it took 3 weeks at that time.
Yeah.
It did take 3. Said it was
Yeah, I
gonna
seem
be
to
3
remember
weeks,
it taking
was
a
3.
a few weeks to actually get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'll just try tearing it down and build it up again and see what it does. You never know.
Because like I say, I've had very little trouble with mine.
Yeah.
The problems I had right at the beginning, because I bought my M1 when I was trying to wait till everything, everybody caught up, and they hadn't.
Right.
So I had a few issues, but there were issues that I had software that wouldn't install. I knew that. So
Yeah.
I'd made lists of things that were incompatible.
Oh god. Yeah.
And Rosetta seemed to work okay at the time, but
Yeah.
I haven't bothered using anything with Rosetta since those early days, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I did wonder if was the camera just not liking this? What is it, Mojave, whatever it's called? And
I
I go to the
always
camera
try to stay one
website.
behind as well.
Yeah, but I go to the camera website and it says, "Oh, here's to get from, Intel to Silicon. You have to have this driver." And it's like,
Yeah.
okay, so put that driver on. So that's in the lap of the gods then.
Yeah, I'm
Or
running
whether the-
Monterey.
Yeah, or whether whether the driver is any cop still. Yeah, wouldn't be the first
Isn't
time.
Ventura the current thing?
Is it?
Sure.
I mean, I have no idea.
I
I could
can't
probably
remember.
know what stuff I put on computers at work, but I don't.
Let's
Let's
have
have
a
a
look.
look.
So
Let's see what I'm running.
latest Mac OS.
There we go.
Ventura is the latest one.
Is Ventura, is it? Is it
Yeah.
something like 13.4 or something?
This doesn't tell me.
I'm not quite sure where you look.
Well, on your actual Mac, about this Mac will tell you which that'll tell you which operating system, which version. So I'm running Monterey.
What's that under settings? Is it?
It's, you know, the little icon in the top left hand
Oh,
corner.
cool. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, of course.
And then about this Mac, and it'll tell you which version you're running.
About this Mac, up she comes. She's right. Oh, it's right. So it's Apple M1 Max, 64 gig, blah blah blah. Ventura 13.41.
All right.
But wait, there's more.
There's more.
There's more. More info. What else we got? My limited warranty expires May next year. Okay. Using Ventura 13.41. 50-inch monitor. Yeah, blah blah blah. Well, on my terabyte drive,
Yeah.
there is practically 900 gig free. Give you a rough idea of how little is actually on it. So
So I've
barely loaded the bugger up yet.
Yeah, I've got a 2 terabyte drive, and it's 3/4 full.
Yeah, but
But I
audio,
don't use-
camera
I mean,
and
I-
stuff
I-
like that's so far is all I've really put on it, and I've
Yeah.
got problems with both of them.
I mean, projects that I'm working on, I do back them up because I've got a NAS system stored upstairs.
Yeah.
But that's only for things that I've finished with. So when I finish a project, it'll get stored to the NAS. And I have a reasonably fast external hard drive, which is, I think, 4 terabyte.
Yeah.
So I copy things over every so often, you know,
Yeah.
and then wipe stuff off that, you know. It's mainly video.
Yeah, yeah.
I find that because I use Final Cut Pro, and because it seems to make a copy of every project that you do. I just wipe that every so often. It creates so much space,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
and then literally start again.
Yeah. Well, I thought at some point anyway I'll get that what's it called? The wipe my Mac's arse software.
I've got what is it, Mac Clean something. I've got two licenses. It's not cheap,
Yeah.
but it was certainly worth it. Clean My Mac.
Clean my Mac. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the licenses were about £100 a piece at the time, but I don't know what they are now. And I bought a perpetual license so that I've had when my old Mac just got so slow. My original Mac Mini,
Yeah.
which I'm still using upstairs for the telly. I took the license off that and added it to this,
Yeah.
and I've got it on my MacBook Pro as well. And it's worth it because every so often it tells you when you should do it, and I don't always do it when I should, but it seems to keep it pretty sweet, really.
Yeah.
Like now it's telling me I could create 10. There's nearly 11 gigabytes of space that I need to purge.
See, another thing I noticed, I think it's the last couple of days, this camera, the frame rate is like halved on it. So everything's a bit more juddy. Nothing else has changed, it just decided to start doing that for no apparent reason whatsoever. So there's something definitely not right deep down somewhere.
Thanks for that tip, Wagyu. I never thought of that.
What's
Leave
that?
files in.
Oh,
It says
right, in place.
Leave
yeah.
leave files in place.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the thing. I wondered, when I was putting this all together, if I did something that a experienced Mac user would say, oh, "No, don't do that." So I don't know. I might have done something right at the beginning. That's
But it's supposed to be simple. You don't need to do anything. You
well.
just do.
I must admit, I was just following the on-screen prompts, but who knows? But I put Cubase on. I was going to then start making up all my templates and getting ready to organise all the sample libraries onto the drive, and then going, no, if the camera won't work properly, what the hell am I bothering to do that for?
Yeah.
build everything, get everything right first, and then build on it, rather than have it sink into the swamp. What's that? Oh yeah. One day, lad, all this will be yours. Look, the curtains. Yeah, that's where it comes from. Built this castle in a swamp. People said it would sink, but I built it anyway, and it sunk. So I built another one.
And that song.
Yeah, I built it on top of that one. That one sunk, and then I built another one. But eventually, it stayed up. Ah, man. Question. Did Dangerous Brothers debut at Edinburgh Fringe? Or is it
Which is the Dangerous
early?
Brothers? I remember the Panic Brothers. I used to love the Panic Brothers.
That was Aid and Mel.
Right.
Red
No,
Mel.
I never saw them.
No. I'm trying to remember if
I certainly saw the Panic Brothers, which was a guy called Reg Miros, who actually on his own was quite boring to see. Actually, but together they did these covers of. They rewrote the lyrics of popular songs, and they were really funny. Really, just two guys with two guitars. Yeah. And this must be going back in probably the 90s, actually, maybe the early 2000s. I was there the year that Fleabag launched, but didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
With Phoebe Waller-Bridges. And
Oh,
in
yeah,
fact,
yeah,
I
yeah.
saw that because it came to Pocklington, and there's a film of it being doing the rounds of her performance. When she redid it a couple of years ago. So I finally did get to see it. And it's very different to the TV series. So,
okay. Have you ever managed to see, somebody who was performing technically unknown who are now more well known?
yeah. So, what's his name? He's from Manchester. He's on almost all sorts of stuff. And he did. I can't remember. I wish I could remember. His name will come to me at some point.
Yeah.
And he did this. They used to do these lunchtime. It was free. It was a free comedy show, and you'd get they would get 15 minutes each. And he came on and he did. Oh God, what's his bloody name? It's gonna bug me now. Anyway, he came on and did his 15 minutes. So much so that we went to see his 1 hour show because that was the idea. The idea was that so it's a showcase type thing,
Almost like a trailer.
Yeah, well, exactly. And it's
Yeah.
before we were reviewers, so we would just go to stuff and we paid to see his show. I was going to say Marcus Brigstock, but it wasn't him. No, and he's not from Manchester either. So somebody in the, I think he even does one of these sort of game show type things as well at the moment. But actually, his show that he did for that hour, we kept seeing bits of it for probably about 3 or 4 years on telly when it was on telly, and getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of people who were completely unknown, and then suddenly, 18 months, 2 years later, they're quite famous. There's a guy called Troy Tempest. Not Troy Tempest, Troy Tate.
Troy Tempest, it's Stingray, isn't it?
That Stingray, yeah.
It's
yeah.
Stingray.
Troy Tate. And we saw his show before the pandemic. So he did a comedy show about Scrabble. Right. And somebody recommended it to us. And in fact, I think we were given tickets on the street. Somebody said, "Do you want to come and see this show? It's going to be on at 11 o'clock tonight." And we went, yeah, we'll go and see it.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely fantastic, this guy. And we did review it. And in fact, we went back and paid to see it because we enjoyed it so much, later on. And he still hasn't really broken through big time, but he's great. And he's Milo McCabe is the actual comedian's name, but he goes as this. Let's say this Troy. Is it Troy? I'm sure it's Troy Tate. Let me just look him up because because I've got the Fringe app open as we speak. Troy Hawk, I'm lying to you. Troy Hawk, yeah. So he's doing the show called, which is just work in progress this time, and he won't get reviewers to go and see it. So we'll pay to go see him.
Okay.
You know. But Jeremy Corbyn's coming with Ken Loach. And I'm going to go. I'm going to try and get press passes, but if not, I'm just going to go and pay and see it, because it'd be great to see those two in a room together for an hour.
Yeah,
you know, because you know. It's,
oh man. Yeah, because I suppose the rest of the time it's like if you do well at the Fringe, you get a spot on Mock the Week.
Yeah.
And now that's
exactly.
gone.
Yeah, exactly. No.
Well, it's too old for the BBC. No longer interested.
I know. The other thing
Anything over the age of 18 is far too old.
Yeah. The other thing that's happening this year is lots of acts are not going for the full month. So I'm looking here. There's a thing we're going to try and go and see. We need to talk to the press office because it's Underbelly at Bristol Square. It's called Bad Teachers. It's theatre, comedy theatre, new writing. It's there from the 2nd to the 13th, so it's basically just over a week. And we're seeing that more and more. And I think that's about being able to afford to go for.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, because I remember old Maisie, what's her name?
Maisie Adams.
Maisie Adams saying about how much it costs to go to Edinburgh.
Yeah. I've not seen her. She was coming to Pocklington. I think she's funny, but I was not that bothered about going to see her, really.
Yeah. It's funny, you know. I think you get the show right, the right time of year and stuff like that, and then you've got it. Like I'll tell you who happened to was Sarah Milligan. She was. I mean, hopping around all over the place, and she wasn't
yeah.
making much. And then suddenly she just got this one show that really worked, and then.
I saw her years and years ago. She played a really small basement comedy club in York, in Central York.
Yeah.
And she was brilliant, absolutely, really brilliant. And she did come to Pocklington, and it was before, I think it might have been before we were involved with Pocklington Arts Centre or before we moved here. And recently they've changed director and manager of the Arts Centre, and the old director said that she was a complete arse, allegedly. She wouldn't have a photograph taken with them, and she was just she was really difficult, which surprised me actually.
Yeah,
you know, I wasn't pleased to hear that. Maybe she was just having a bad day.
Yeah, we're all human.
Because we can all have a bad day.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
And I was really surprised because, you know, I've only seen her that once. I thought she was brilliant. Jason Manford. I told you the name had come to me eventually.
Jason Manford, yes.
Jason Manford was the guy that we saw probably years and years ago. He did 15 minutes. We then went and saw his show, thought it was brilliant, and then saw the same material for the next couple of years. Not all of it, but you know, a lot of it. As his TV career started to take off, you know.
Yeah, because as your career takes off, you've got to start writing more.
Yeah, exactly, more material.
Yeah, because you're reaching more people.
Yeah.
Each time.
And he was great. He was really good. You know. I mean, there's some people. I went to someone. It's a Scottish comedian who, I mean, he sells out in Edinburgh every year, and we went probably about 3 or 4 years ago. I won't mention him and I have to say he wasn't funny, and he was quite lazy. And he's a kid. You do see him on telly occasionally, but not that often. And it was just, I mean, and again we paid for it. Tickets were something like 20 odd quid a pop. He did 50 minutes, and it just wasn't funny. You know, I'm sure other people thought differently, but we were not engaged really. You know.
Yeah, is Cressy threatening to come in or what?
What's he saying?
He's just making up excuses.
What, for not coming on?
Ugh.
Get yourself in here, pal.
Anyway, I might do an Ian.
You can't do an Ian. I'm here. Only I can do an Ian. No, anybody can do an Ian.
You can do an Ian when Ian's not on.
That's it. That's the rule, isn't it? Although
Yeah, it's the rule.
actually, Rob did an Ian when I was here. So
Oh, did
Yeah,
he?
well, Robbie's done it a few times now in
Yeah.
front of you.
yeah, he has actually.
So I think
so
I can.
I think Robert, you're all right. You can do an Ian if you really must.
Although technically an Ian is come back for a
You've
few
gotta come
hours and
back,
then reappear.
Yeah.
Reappear. That's the proper Ian.
Yeah. Although it was the semi Ian is when you just disappear, isn't it?
I mean, I'm just going to watch whatever random art film I'm going to queue up and then go to bed. So yes, have a fun show. And
Right, dear.
I shall see you
Soon, no doubt.
Yeah. On next show probably.
Yeah.
Show. Have a lovely evening.
You too, matey.
Indeed, sir.
It's getting quite late though. It's only midnight. Don't we all turn to pumpkins at midnight?
Oh, God,
I know. I mean, that's why I'm leaving, right?
You've got it. Oh, because
Confused
yeah.
now.
Does your OnlyFans site start at midnight? Is that what it is?
That's the art film.
yeah.
Money calls.
Yeah.
It's all those French art films.
Oh, here we go.
Wow, what a wanker.
He's
Just the one.
done an Ian.
Yeah.
What a wanker.
I did.
Bye, Rob.
Oh,
Hello, Rob.
hi,
Hi, Rob.
Robert. Hello.
Hello. You all right?
Like marbles in a tube, isn't it?
What you been doing? What you been doing, Rob? Where you been?
Eating, probably.
I've been
drinking.
watching a documentary on J. Robert Oppenheimer.
Oh,
as to-
because
so
there's
as
a
to
new film,
educate-
isn't there? Yeah.
So as to educate my wife
To
before
enrich
she
your
goes.
experience at the
Oh
cinema.
no, I know quite. I studied. It was as part of something I studied at school that involved Oppenheimer, so I kind of know the thing. But this documentary was all about. It was based around the communist witch hunts that, of course,
Yeah,
he
it
fell
happened after,
rather
yeah,
foul of.
Yeah.
But it tells a lot of the backstory. So you get. It was just to sort of give Jackie some grounding.
Is that new
ahead of
film?
time.
Sounds good, actually.
Yeah, well, we booked. We're going to see it tomorrow
All right.
in IMAX, so it should be rather good. I'm quite
Got a
excited.
really good cast.
3 hours long.
Yeah, apparently it's in three parts, sort of, I believe.
And they invented black and white IMAX stock just for this film.
Really?
They'd never filmed anything in black and white in IMAX until Christopher Nolan comes along and says, make the black and white IMAX 65
The thing is,
millimeter
it's
stock.
directed by Christopher Nolan, so you'll be 2 hours in and
it's-
still won't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh
it's
no, I love Christopher
It's
Nolan.
not linear. We know
I
that
love-
it's not
I
linear.
love it, yeah.
It'll be jumping.
Well, and
around
that's
all
why
over the place.
they had the black and the white and the color, because the
Colour,
color tells
yeah.
the story of the actual, the development, and the black and white is the story of the trials and the what else. So yeah,
I don't know where our nearest IMAX is. I think it must be Leeds.
Bradford,
Yeah, Bradford.
the Pictureville, yeah. At
Yeah.
the
I have been
museum.
once. I think once. Yeah, I went once. I can't remember what I saw. It was a long time ago. I thought it was great, actually, IMAX. It was fantastic.
What about Bradford?
Bradford's lovely.
Bradford's... I was thinking of moving to Bradford on Avon.
See, you got to take into account. See, I live in Surrey, so everywhere else is shit.
Actually, but I mean...
I really like Bradford.
I've had some good nights out in Bradford.
Yeah, me too.
You know.
But Paradise.
Yeah,
I had a pretty good night out
The
in
International Curry House in Bradford.
Yeah, yeah.
Probably, I don't know if it's still there, but it was brilliant.
House.
That was a great night out.
Well, that night I danced behind Rick Astley. Was the
Well,
night
he called
before.
it dancing.
Yeah, that was the night after. That was the night after we went clubbing in Paradise in Bradford, which was the first club. This was 1988, 87 or 88, and it was the first club I'd been to where they'd got a chill out room. And that was kind of new back then, you know, the fact that you could go into a club and there was a mini club.
Yeah.
Where
I played. I may have told this story. Apologies if I have told this story before. There's a club it's gone now. This club, they've literally knocked it down. Played this nightclub. This was probably the late 80s, early 90s. Playing with this band, and really big club. I mean, probably 500 people in it. And we played there a few times actually, but one time we went and Jane was with us, and they were paying us on the night in cash. So the band were on 500 quid that night. So we had end of the night, we're all packing up. Jane's got the money. The club started to clear out. Our bass player's gone outside with his girlfriend, and all the bouncers. And they had this system. Whenever if there was any trouble in the club, they had a system with the bouncers putting their hands up, and literally they would deal with the trouble straight away and take it outside the club. Really, really, you know. So there's very rarely anything happening inside. And apparently it was World War III outside. And all the bouncers literally came to the back of the stage. We're still packing up. And they went, stay in here. And they went to the back. They opened this thing and they took out baseball bats. And they all went outside with baseball bats. And Jane was going, I've got 500 quid worth in cash here. What am I going to, you know? Just hang on to the money, love, you'll be fine.
yeah,
You know.
that's safe.
And I mean, we said, our bass player's out there. I said, well, you know. And actually, because he was round the back of the club with his girlfriend, he didn't hear any of it. It was all happening out the front, you know. But yeah, and it was we always had a really good night there. It was a big club. We didn't really get riders very often. They always give us a rider there. There was always plenty of a case of beer and, you know, and snacks and stuff, which was quite nice of them, you know.
I remember going. There used to be a club. There used to be a venue in Bury St Edmunds called Rollerberry, which was at the time the national roller skating rink for the UK. And next to that was this club, which I think at the time was either called Reflex or Brasilia. I can't remember. It was it was basically like somebody had taken 3 or 4 porter cabins, put them all together, knocked all the internal walls out, and you had this club. And the bouncers there had this awful reputation of picking on the wrong people and being rather shit at their jobs. And I remember coming out of Rollerberry, because, you know, the thing was, you'd go roller skating and then you'd go into the club, and coming out of there and seeing these essentially kids, you know, sort of 17, 18 years old, with bicycle chains, absolutely whipping the shit out of these bouncers one night. It was, and like you say, it was just chaos, absolute chaos. And there's, it's just horrible. And you think, Bury St Edmunds, not it?
Yeah, no, it's not.
What?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was all but and all of that's gone. It's all gone. All level to the ground. It's all flats now. Yeah.
Yes.
It was great because it was right next to the railway station, so we could get on at Stowmarket here, and it was, you know, cheap to get up to Bury. You walk out the railway station, and like 30 seconds later you're in the club. And vice versa, you know. Yes. So that's what I've been doing. I haven't been shagging my missus, no. Contrary to some people in the chat. Come on, I'm 53 next week. Don't do that anymore. Boring.
Whatever. No, don't answer that.
Maybe I'll get to do it next week.
He only does that when he's standing behind Rick Astley.
Yeah.
Dick Spatsley, bless him.
Oh, man.
What have I missed? Anything?
Inverted Pope. Yeah, let's face it. Most venues. There used to be a really big. It was actually a workingmen's club in Sunderland called the Downhill Workingmen's Club. Played there a lot as well. It was a big club, but you had to pay the kids outside to look after the van. and it was only like a fiver or something like that. We'd give them a fiver, and they were good at the job. These
Oh
lads.
yeah, there you go.
You know,
That's what
and they
you
were
need,
only
isn't
about 10 and 11, but they'd
it?
look
If
after
you
your
put in
van.
500 quid for the gig, you know,
Yeah.
five is not
Exactly.
not-
It was nothing really, and we'd come out at the end. You know, we'd bring them a couple of bottles of beer, you know, and
Translated to give us £5 and we won't fuck your van up.
Yeah, we
well,
won't fuck
yeah,
you, man.
well, it's a bit of that as well.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's you know, them were the days. There's always a Monday night as well. Monday night in Downhill Workmen's Club, and it'd be because our management, we'd have a 10-day tour,
Magicum erectus.
you know, and the last gig would always be Downhill Workmen's Club, and it would be what's called a no pickup. So you might be on 300 or 400 quid, but you're not going to get the cash.
Yeah.
Eventually, it would go to the management, you know. But they'd always tack it on at the end.
Oh, dear me. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Did I pay full price for the Philharmonic violin?
149. It's normally 199.
Should you have paid full price?
Guess who I haven't heard back from?
Should you not have
Who
been
haven't you
gifted?
heard back from? Oh, matey boy.
Herr Steinberg.
Ah,
Yeah.
Steinberg.
it's the weekend. They're invading
Wankers.
Poland.
Tell me, I must have missed. I know. I heard on PSN that you're having problems with them, Rob. Do
Yeah.
you want to tell me that? You want to tell Uncle Ian?
Do you want the definition of rabbit hole?
All right. Uncle Ian. No, so what happened was I've been toying with the idea of rejoining the world of Cubase simply because it just makes sure that, you know, if I get anything sent my way that's Cubase
Yeah.
related, then at least I've got it there to work with. And I had an experience about 4 years ago where I just missed their what was it, their 30th or 40th anniversary promotion, and they refused to, you know, cut me some slack. So I said, "Oh, fuck you then." Until when was it? Oh, hang on. Refills. Sorry.
Wine Uber.
They're doing this promotion. Sorry, I got a cat about to pounce. Sorry. Yeah, doing this promotion where they
Go for
were offering 40% off. Oh, look, here's my pussy.
Oh, that's lovely.
He's not happy
He's not happy
Why is he not happy?
because he's
Yeah.
being held.
because he's
Fuck
because he's got.
you.
Yeah.
I want to go outside, you bastards. Anyway, so Cubase the other
Don't do
day
cuddling.
said, oh, here's an email, and it says, because you're a valued customer, because I've got a cut down version of Cubase that came with the Modi X Plus.
Yeah.
They said, because you're a valued blah blah blah, hey, you know, come and get 40% off an upgrade. And so you click on the link and it says you can upgrade to this or this, and there were different prices. And of course, there's Cubase Pro 12 with an upgrade price of £128, and I thought that's not bad to get from what I'm at to 128. So you got these three options. You can either upgrade to this one for 25 quid, so that I don't know what version that was, and there was another version that was about something else, and there was this one for 128. So I clicked on the 128. It takes me to the page, and you click buy it now. Oh, I had to basket. Go to my basket, lets me check out. It doesn't tell me anything. I'm signed. By the way, I am signed into my account, and my account knows what I've got. And at no point does it say you can't do this because your version isn't. You know, you're upgrading a version that you don't have. So I pay the money, and I get my code, and I go to the download manager. I drop it in, and they say, "I'm very sorry, your code doesn't match a product or qualifying product that, you know, in your account." I'm like, but you said I could have it. So I got quite angry and
Rightly so.
sent them an email. But it turns out what it looks like is that Steinberg rely on you to decide whether you're eligible or not.
Oh, that's
That's basically it. So I think that obviously I'm not eligible for this jump from whatever I'm on to this, but it doesn't in any way say that's what's going on. So now I've complained, and obviously I've got a 14-day cooling off period, so I will either get my money back, or they'll say, "Oh, we're very sorry, we messed up. Here's your license."
That's what they should do.
That's what they should do, but I know what they'll say is, "Here's your money back, Mr. Puricello," which I will then go and then give to Veer Harmonic and buy their Bohemian cello, which is rather good.
It is nice. Oh yes, it's very nice, in fact.
Well, it was anything like the violin, which is just fantastic. So, oh, jeez.
Cheers. I'm drinking water. You're drinking wine.
You be steady now.
Do you know what? This afternoon,
But it's
I'm
flavoured water. It's summer fruits, I think.
I'm at the festival, and I've got
Oh,
Grace
yeah.
I've got Grace with me, and I've got the missus. I'm driving. Grace has given up on the booze some while now. So my missus is like, "Oh, I'll have a glass of wine, please." It was ridiculously expensive. I even bought a non-alcoholic beer, and it cost a fortune.
Well, that's not one.
It's
festivals.
ridiculous.
What's
That's
the thought,
profiteering, isn't it? Let's face it.
Wow. The thing's the food, the selection of food, amazing. You could have had anything, literally anything you could wish for. It would be there. It has become. I mean, I went to the very first Latitude, and it was big and sprawling, but there wasn't a lot of substance. There was, obviously, there was stages with gigs going on. That was great, but in terms of what connected all of those stages together, there wasn't a huge amount. But now it is very, very commercial. Sponsored by Barclaycard.
Oh,
Latitude.
really? I'm just looking
Yeah.
at it now.
And I am just so happens to be that I have a Barclaycard. I very rarely use it, but it meant that I got a discount on certain things, like drink and food, and access to the Barclaycard. What do they call it? It's basically like a little tiered seating area in the Obelisk Arena. But the thing is, they only allow 100 people in at a time, and because of the weather being so shit, everyone that got in there stayed there. Yeah. So there's Grace is like saying, "Oh, I'm sure there's an area for guests," and it turns out it's the area that's also for production as well. So we managed to get into this kind of exclusive area, but it's still fucking raining. So we were just sat there getting more moist by the minute, and not even able to get drunk apart from my wife. Who did have a few and was dancing her ass off to Paul Heaton. Paul Heaton, who again, you love this.
Was really good, wasn't he?
He's amazing. I mean, Jesus, he's so underrated. And
what
true,
a nice
true
bloke.
to his form. Yeah, true to his form. He put money behind the bar at Latitude.
I know. Yeah, it's been at all these pubs. Good on him. I mean,
at Latitude, he put cash behind the bar, and he said, "Did anybody get a free drink?" And like the whole audience goes, "Wah!" What a man. And there was I said earlier, he did play, obviously he's got a fantastic catalogue to go through, but he played a whole bunch of House Martin stuff, and he played Sheep, and just listening to the lyrics of Sheep in 2023, a song that he wrote in 1985, still so flipping relevant.
It's raining again, is it?
Well, it stopped here. It did when I came in.
I haven't checked.
I
I'm
have
so
a soggy
wet.
dog.
I have to say, apart from Paolo Nutini and Pulp, there's not a lot on there that I'm that interested in.
It was an odd lineup this year. Pulp apparently last night nailed it, smashed it out of the park.
I would like to see Pulp. I've never seen them.
And I was gutted that I didn't get to see them. But Paul Heaton was good. Lightning Seeds were really good.
I never really got the Lightning Seeds. I mean, a couple of singles were okay, and I did have an album back in the day, but didn't really float me. But I should have.
Ian Brody knows a great.
I don't know that. I mean, and he's a really good songwriter, but for some reason he just never clicked with me. Metronomy. And
Metronomy.
Metronomy. I have an album by them, and I
got their first album and kind of liked it, and then didn't really.
Mm-hmm.
No, I wanted to go and see. So the plan was, had the weather been okay, the plan was we're going to go and see Sarah Pascoe in the comedy tent, but then she called in sick.
All right.
And they replaced it with Judy Love, and no, I'm sorry,
no.
And then the plan was to go and see Paul Heaton and get some dinner, then go and see the first hour of Paolo Nutini, and then nip across to, I forget which stage it was now, with Young Fathers.
I would say you like Young Fathers, don't you?
Love me Young Fathers. Who were. But it just got to the point, we were just sort of like making our way with, no, it's getting too wet, and it's the wind was whipping up and making it even worse. And then Paul Heaton came on. Jackie's like, "Oh, can we?" Yeah, all right, yeah. So we stood and watched Paul Heaton for a bit, and he was on the main, obelisk stage. And then the wind really picked up, and it just got to the point where I don't mind being damp, but there is
uncomfortable wet.
Yeah, there is a level.
Cold, wet and cold.
Yeah. So we just sort of like knocked it on the head, and Paul Heaton soundtracked our very long walk back to the car. Just as we were getting in the car, he was doing Happy Hour, which obviously I'm kind of glad I wasn't in the Obelisk Arena when that kicked off, because you can imagine what the whole crowd would have done. They just gone absolutely bonkers. But
I think we've had Blondie in York today, races.
Did you hear about Chris Stein's daughter?
No.
Apparently he's only just announced it today. His daughter, so he's not been gigging with them.
No, I know, I knew that.
And apparently that has been down to the fact he's got AFib, and so he's not been doing a lot of the gigging. And I thought, well, do you know, I've got AFib, and with medication, it's generally fine. Yeah. His daughter died of an overdose.
Oh.
Yeah. He's just sort of like made it public today, but yeah, about a month or two ago she bought the farm, so it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw Blondie first major tour and thought they were amazing, and I did see them when they came and did the York races a few years ago, and I stopped going to the York races because they're not a festival crowd, they're not a gig crowd. It's just a load of pissed up race goers who don't know how to behave at a gig, So, and I mean, I'm sorry, Blondie these days, they are their own tribute act, They really are.
Debbie, I still would.
I mean, she looked great in, back in the day.
I think she still does for a woman of that age. I think she's still. Look, let's face it. If she asked, I would say yes.
Okay.
Not that it's ever going to happen. But if
I wouldn't. I'm sorry, I couldn't. No. But yeah. So I mean, I still love all those.
Stuff.
Sorry.
Like I
haven't listened to any of the latest stuff.
Great. Pollinate was a great album.
I do still listen to those early albums, and I've got them all on CD, and I still play them. They're great.
I wanted to, because they did I think it was called Against All Odds. It was like a career-spanning box set of all their albums, and I really wanted to buy it, but it was stupidly expensive. I think I've got most of them.
I wasn't that happy about what they did with Jimmy Desiree, and I know he's had his drug problems, but they should have helped him rather than just kick him out of the band.
No, Jimmy Desiree is a great keyboard player.
Yeah, he is a great keyboard player.
Somebody else I'd like to get on the show.
Oh yeah, can I come on with if you do? I just, they say you shouldn't meet your heroes, and I don't have that many heroes because most of mine are dead.
Well, there was a documentary about Blondie, wasn't there? And they interviewed him.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was on his own, but he was so passionate, so enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Still, and you think, oh wow, I'd have like, if you'd have done that to me, I'd be like, fuck your documentary.
Yeah.
But
I mean, and Chris Stein and Debbie didn't come out of that very well, out of that documentary, I thought. really. And
Well, I mean, to be fair, they are the heart.
oh yeah,
Of the band, but
yeah. And I mean, when that first, I mean, I blagged my way into that gig because it was in Manchester, and a mate of mine says, "Oh, I've got us 2 tickets, but I've got to write an article for NME, which is not something he did. That was just they couldn't send anybody, so and he did write the article. And I remember the support band were a band called Advertising, I think they were, and I really liked them. I never heard anything more out of that. Blondie were just absolutely superb. We were backstage, which was above where the band were, and there was stuff going on stage because they all had a fight on stage at the end. Clem kicked his kit over. They were literally scrapping behind the stacks, so most of the audience couldn't see it, but because we were backstage and above, we could see everything that was going on, and it was that post-punk thing as much as anything.
Yeah.
But they were absolutely amazing. They were really really good.
Just to answer Asio Head in the chat, Dave Spears didn't tour with Blondie. He toured with Debbie when she was doing solo, and bit him on the arse.
Did she? Was that the Cuckoo album, or was it after that?
I don't know.
Because I quite liked that Cuckoo album. I did buy it at the time. I probably still got it on vinyl somewhere.
Yeah.
Not that I sell my. I don't play my vinyl very often, but I certainly don't sell it. No. Did Dave get his ass bite tattooed? Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. What a memory, though. Debbie Harry bit my arse. Just give me a moment.
He was doing some stuff with Amy as well, wasn't
He was.
Was he?
he? Yeah, he was with her the day before.
Hey, Robert.
or something.
Hello.
Bonsoir.
Hey up.
Oh, God, my ass.
God, my
What about your ass?
I can't feel it no more.
You sat in the chair too long, mate.
Yeah, sat too long and odd.
Oh.
And I've made myself bottomless. Hey, hang on.
I have Robert.
It's worth a trip up to Edinburgh, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a wanker.
Just come on, do that. Just
Yeah.
like joke and walk off again.
Yeah.
Right. So the tornado didn't get you then? oh God, that hurts. Right, let me go and get another coffee.
You need to start drinking, Kent.
Eh?
You need to start drinking. No
Start-
wonder
I-
you have all your ailments drinking caffeine. At
I
gave
quarter
up
past
drinking.
midnight.
Get yourself a nice bottle of water.
I gave up drinking
Grape-flavoured
alcohol
water.
when I
Yeah.
was 24. 24, 25.
That's why.
And I was an alcoholic. We're talking, bottles of whiskey hidden under bloody rugs and stuff. Yeah,
So that's why you don't drink, which is fine.
It was depression, lad. It was depression.
I used to have insomnia, but bloody hardcore. A friend of mine, he does Chinese medicine. He's a master. And he told me that I have to start drink green tea with baked rice. And that helps. That really helped.
Yeah.
hmm
Oh,
So I was
okay.
drinking like 3-4 liters a day.
There you go.
No, the thing is that I haven't drunk, officially haven't drunk alcohol ever since.
Still most of it.
Honest.
Yeah, that's the joke, isn't it?
You're not convincing us at all.
No.
Yeah.
I
No.
didn't drink that time at all. I was quite
Look at him with
fit.
his OJ.
I was literally 80 kilos lighter than I am now. I was cycling every day, and still I was sleeping for 3 hours.
That's not good.
No,
No, there's
no,
not good.
that is not good.
No, I have no troubles. Well, I do have trouble sleeping, but once I'm attached, I have no trouble sleeping.
I
Yeah,
got
now
some
I got the
pit.
completely opposite problem. I can sleep 2 hours a day.
I never have a problem going to sleep, but some mornings I will wake up very early and like 5 o'clock, which is early for me. And I know full well that I'm not going to get back to sleep. Sometimes I'll come down here and just do some work, you know. But
Well, I will get up at 8:30 in the morning, regardless of what time I go to bed at previously. Regardless. So if I'm still awake at 4 o'clock, I'm awake
gonna
at
be
8:30. And the reason for that is Siri, who starts sticking her tongue in my ear at 8:30 in the morning to wake me up, regardless. And she does it in such an annoying way that you just have to get up. She's a little moo for that.
So I have this thing where I wake up and my alarm goes off because I work from home. My alarm goes off at 8 o'clock in the morning. I fully appreciate that most people are probably on their way to work at 8 o'clock in the morning. My office is immediately underneath my bedroom, so I don't need to.
no.
But I'm also on antidepressants, and the antidepressants make you very sleepy. I was taking those like last thing at night, and I think that what was happening was I was getting a bit of like a hangover from those. So I was, the alarm was going off at 8, and I just couldn't get out of bed, could not get out of bed. So I thought, well, start taking them earlier, sort of like maybe tea time. Still can't get out of bed.
No.
But it really isn't making much of a difference. I think it's just the fact that my brain says, oh, do you know what? You don't have to get up and get dressed and go in the car and go to an office. Your office is... And I'll roll over, I'll get my phone, I'll check my work emails.
Yes.
And unless there's anything
Yeah.
pressing,
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I've started my day now.
Do you want me to send Siri over?
No, you're okay, honestly.
I mean, I don't normally get up before 10 o'clock, although I'm more often than not awake from about 8:30. And I'm looking at my iPad doing stuff, But then again, I don't have to get up to go to work anymore.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
No, I think
I
that the whole
started to
working
do
from
one.
home...
I started to do one thing in the morning, and I don't know what's the name of the hormone which is released when you have a caffeine. Doesn't matter if it's coffee or strong tea or energy drink. But in the morning, if you get a cold shower, just cold water, man, I mean, that is a proper fucking kick. No, seriously, because I had the problem in the morning. Like, doesn't matter what time I was waking up. If it's 7 or 10, I was always like a zombie. Just nothing here. I mean, usually there's nothing there anyway. But it was in the morning. I'm serious, like, totally useless. But this thing works. I mean, first 5 days it's good for heart attack, but then
Yeah.
Yeah.
then you
Be
go.
careful of
mate.
those as well.
No, it really works. The worst part is the bag, of course. That is no, but as soon as you through that, you're good to go.
It's like I don't have an awful lot of caffeine in my diet. I stopped drinking coffee years ago. Although I like coffee a lot, and I occasionally will have a decaffeinated mocha. But I try, and I do drink Coca-Cola, and there is some caffeine in that. But I tend not to try and take too much caffeine. And I stopped.
It's a drug, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And I used to drink. Probably when I was at the university, I would go through probably 10 cups of tea a day. There's lots of caffeine in tea. But I stopped drinking. I drink twig teas now more than anything else, and we started doing that. It was probably through lockdown. Really, I gave up putting milk in tea, so I don't have a lot of dairy.
Cool stuff, man.
Yeah, and I like things like there's these. I think it's Twinings do these teas. Which one is called Focus. It's complete bollocks. One is called Boost. They don't boost. It doesn't make me focus. It doesn't give me a boost. But actually, they just taste quite nice, and they're just a mix of sort of,
Yeah.
I've never felt, or I don't believe I've ever felt the effects of caffeine that people talk about. The only
I
effect
have occasionally,
I get is I don't get I have 3 cups of coffee a day.
Right.
One when I get up with breakfast, one about 11 o'clock in the morning, and another one about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's it.
Yeah.
And no more.
That's
And
probably about right, actually.
I don't get a kick. I don't get a buzz, or I don't get a boost
Oh,
or
I
anything
do.
like that. I tell you what I do get first thing in the morning though is like when I drink my first cup of coffee, it's like 10, 15 minutes later. I need to go sit down in the toilet now. Things are on the way.
Yeah.
And that's the only kind of side effect I've ever had of coffee. And so I need to say that people are questioning my use of antidepressants in the chat. I take antidepressants because I suffer from anxiety. So there you go. Nothing else. And they work. So there. Sorry, I just wanted to that.
Regarding coffee, I got the buzz in the morning, but because I got a high blood pressure. As soon as my pills get in, because I have to have every day in the morning pills for the high blood pressure, then it's gone, man. Then if I drink 300 bloody energy drinks throughout the day, I can't feel anything.
That's one thing I've cut out completely is any energy drink. Yeah,
but I don't think caffeine is good for your brain for how it works, or if you're smart or whatever.
I think
for that is good LSD, but nothing else probably.
In moderation, everything's okay in moderation.
LSD in moderation is really good.
But it all depends. Moderation is different for everyone.
At once.
The only time I had real jitters with caffeine was it's the only time I ever drunk Red Bull. And it really didn't I wasn't going on the taste of it, but it really did give me the jitters. But caffeine, because I had irritable bowel syndrome probably about 20 odd years ago, if I have a caffeine based coffee, 20 minutes later I get this irritating feeling in my stomach, and it will last me for a few hours. Which I think
standard size Red Bull or pint size?
It was years ago, and it was only a small can.
Standard size.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough for many people.
I hate it. I didn't like the effect. I didn't like it because I was literally felt jittery, and I realised that I was overdosing on caffeine.
Once I got diagnosed with AFib, it was just like, I need to cut out anything extra that's going to make my heart race.
Yeah.
So that was all that. So coffee is like the only caffeine that I have. Well, apart from when I have a headache and I take a tablet that's got caffeine, aspirin and caffeine. But yeah, like you, Robert, I'm on. I have high blood pressure, and so I take tablets to thin my blood. I take tablets to regulate my blood.
Yeah, I got two as well. Lisinopril and something on the.
Yeah, I don't know. Adizem for blood pressure. No, hang on. Is it Adizem? Yeah, Adizem for blood pressure. And then I have another one.
Yeah, they are always combined together.
Yeah, and then I have a Pixaban to thin the blood, and then I have bisoprolol to slow my heart down.
Oh no, I don't have that one.
Yeah,
bloody hell.
Yeah, well, it's AFib, so you take the bisoprolol to slow the heart down, so your instances of AFib are much reduced. But then you have to take a Pixaban, which thins the blood, so you don't get blood. Because when you have an AFib episode, your blood will clot and form tiny little clots, and so you then have to counter that, which means that every time I cut myself shaving, I bleed for fucking hours.
That's why I'm not shaving, mate.
Well, I grow like what you have there would take me like a year.
Oh,
so
really?
I'm very slow.
3 weeks.
No, I'm very slow. It would take me a year to get what you've got there. What else am I on? I can't remember now. I'm on sort of like 8 different pills a day.
What?
Yeah. Well, there's diabetes, AFib, and anxiety, and
yeah, this is the thing. I'm quite lucky with diabetes. diabetes that I got walking job. I physically work and I walk every day, maybe like 10 miles. So it's impossible for me to get diabetes basically because I got lots of movement. But
Well,
otherwise, with my body shape and aerodynamics, man, I would be gone long time.
I was really slow getting. I was for a number of years. They were saying you're getting close. You're pre-diabetic.
Yeah,
you're
Jane
getting
had
close.
that, yeah.
And it was just, and then eventually I had a blood test, and they said, "Bingo, you've got diabetes." Okay. So now we're trying to work that backwards. So.
And Jane's Jane is succeeding at dealing with diabetes. She's only been diagnosed in the last few months. She's not overweight. She's actually lost quite a bit of weight, but she's also
weight's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she's doing it with diet and exercise. You know.
Well, they
and
say
she's
that
done
if you
a great job with it, really.
Yeah, if you walk, just a mile or two a day, then that has a bigger effect on your system than metformin, which is the general drug that they give you at dispersing all of the stuff. Bear with me just a second.
I mean, we've got out of the habit because in lockdown we would go for a walk every day for probably half an hour up to an hour. We found there's loads of little walks around the town. There's a lovely little wood, only sort of 5 minutes down the road. So we would do these walks, and but we got out of the habit once life went back to normal, and we should probably start it again. We have been going to the gym, although we just literally, because we don't quite know when we're going to be moving, we've stopped with our gym membership just expired. So we do need to do something, exercise-wise, because we were playing racquetball. Racquetball's great fun.
Yeah. I mean, I used to play squash all the time, or five-a-side football. I used to be quite active, and then in the last sort of decade or so, especially working from home, where I don't have to get up, and I'm not surrounded by lots of people that say, "Hey, Rob, do you want to come down?"
Yeah.
I'll just sit here and get fatter.
Well, we started racquetball because we both started going to badminton because years ago we played badminton 3 times a week, pretty regularly. And what I didn't think about, because since then I'd had a detached retina in this eye, and I can't see the shuttlecock very well.
Oh, right.
And I was just missing it. So it wasn't about, my skill was coming back, but actually I'm missing it because I can't quite see it well enough. Whereas a big blue ball, is great. I can see that, no problem at all.
Yeah.
So racquetball.
You're making your own up, aren't you, Rob?
Sorry, what? Where?
You're making your own jokes up there.
Yeah.
The lockdown gave us lots of gifts, as Jonathan Pye says. Oh, I even started washing my hands after the fucking toilet, did I?
I'm still using gel. I still buy the gel. I like the gel.
Yeah.
But Jonathan Pye is mental. I saw him live twice, and he is, I don't know if he's on amphetamines or something. I saw him once in Royal Albert Hall or some big venue, and then in East Finchley, there's like a 30 people venue or 50 people, and he was just like beta testing his new show. Man, that was the best show ever. He was going 3 hours non-stop. It was unbelievable. That guy was going like that, man. He is mental, and I love him.
I was just trying to see how many steps I did today, because every weekend, it seems like every weekend this year, since we had to move house, every weekend I've been doing exercise, and because that's one of the reasons I bought one of those, is to keep track of everything. Like even today, I'll be walking down. I was walking through some forest somewhere, and it was saying, "You're doing an outdoor walk."
You're going fucking miles.
And I am. I'm just like, oh fucking hell, I haven't walked this far in years, and I'm sitting here going, "Oh, Jack, my legs ache." And she goes, "Well, you fucking got up off your ass and walked." Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah.
To be honest, we moved house like 2 or 3 months ago, and And now we got the stairs in the flat. Man,
yeah.
in the morning to get up and go to the kitchen for the coffee, man, that is
That's
that is
another thing.
something.
My office at my old place was literally I'd walk out of my bedroom and take 5 steps and I would be in my office. Whereas now I've got to get out of my bedroom, come downstairs. So it's
It does help because we're in a townhouse.
Every little things help, seriously.
Yeah,
just little things. Yeah.
We're on three levels, so this is ground floor. We live on the first floor, then bedrooms on the second floor.
Right, yeah.
You know, and so literally you are up and down all day.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, even if I don't go out.
A townhouse. There's a whole bunch of them on this estate, where so you go in and like your living room's on the first floor.
Yeah.
And then your bedrooms are on the second, or maybe your living room's on the ground floor, and then you've got some bedrooms on the first and more bedrooms on the second. And I really like the concept of a townhouse.
It's great, actually. Yeah. I mean, it's the first time we've ever lived on because our lounge is at the front, and then dining room and kitchen at the back, and it's great. It's really, really good.
Yeah.
You know.
Yes.
In fact, that's the sort of house we're looking for the same sort of house almost.
Yeah.
And had we liked, I may have already said this, but had we liked Westbury, we would have put an offer in, and it was it was almost an identical house, slightly more room in it actually, and we would have put an offer in on it, but we didn't want to live in a dump. Sorry, Westbury. Anybody living in Westbury, I apologise. But there is literally no soul in the town.
No, that's not good.
Oh.
I have to, I was, so I moved, I actually lived in the town that I live in now, back 1980. I got my first, when I left home in 88, that was my first bedsit was in this town. And back then it was actually quite a vibrant little, market town. It had a couple of nightclubs, loads of decent pubs, a decent high street with decent shops on it, And then I moved away in the 90s, and when I came back here I moved it back into the area in 2006, I think it was. It had just gone to shit, like all the shops had pretty much gone and just been replaced by a raft of charity shops and estate agents. There was no soul to the high street anymore, and it was depressing. I mean, I probably never went into town for years. I'd rather just jump in the car and go to Ipswich or Bury St Edmunds.
That's what we said we would be having to do. And I mean, the good thing about it is it's quite close to the rail station. So literally, we're an hour and a half into London.
Yeah.
It's 30 minutes on the train into Bristol,
Yeah.
And I quite like living quite close to Bristol, although I don't want to live in Bristol.
No, it's nice. I
want to be able to go there for a night out, which would be quite nice to do. Or Bath. Bath as well.
Yeah. Bath, you mean?
Yeah, Bath. We're up here in Yorkshire.
I think you'll find the locals pronounce it Bath.
Yeah, well, I don't care about that. They'd have to learn to deal with my accent.
Yeah. But no, it's true.
I'm not changing now.
But saying that, I have to say, I used to be the worst critic of Stowmarket for the last God knows how many years. But in the last few years, it started to turn itself around.
Yeah. I mean, towns and villages can.
The council have actually finally started to allow certain things to happen. We've now got this thing called Gateway 14, which is this massive industrial estate that's slap bang next to the A14. I mean, the fucking A14 is this massive artery between the Felixstowe docks and the Midlands, and Stowmarket literally sits on top of it. The A14 cuts right through it, and they never did anything about it. Now they're doing it. They're going to be creating hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs through various, small and large industries that are going to, and it's all going to be interconnected. So you can actually, safely walk, drive, cycle to this and back again. Things are getting, the local cinema again, the town council funded, it owns the cinema, funded an expansion, gave it 2 more screens, modernised it, made it into a proper entertainment venue. We've got the John Peel Centre. I mean, that in itself attracts a huge amount of interest because it's the John Peel Centre. And the council, again, to give them their credit, the John Peel Centre is in the old Corn Exchange, which sits behind a row of buildings which were all banks. So you had Lloyd's, NatWest, and Barclays. Now, Lloyd's is now TSB, and that still has the branch, although I'm sure at some point that'll go. NatWest and Barclays all fucked off.
Yeah, same
but
in pockets.
The council bought the NatWest building, which sits directly behind the John Peel Centre, and in conjunction with the John Peel Centre, they've now given it to them, effectively, and the John Peel Centre will now be able to knock through, and they'll have a frontage on the main drag through the town with with lots of space, and internally they'll be able to have shops, cafes, and expand the venue, so it's not just a live music venue with a pissy little bar in the corner. It's now a live music venue with proper everything around it, and it's got the John Peel name on the front of it. And
fantastic.
And having moved here, again in the last few months, it's actually not a bad little place to live. It's quite a positive vibe.
So the main road that goes through it, is that a big problem? Because that was the problem with Westbury, because it was the A350, I think it was.
So what's happening?
Literally went right through it.
Yeah, the A14 for some was kind of it's now bypassed Stowmarket, but
right. Yeah.
Literally, instead of going miles outside of the town, it's right on the edge.
Right. Okay.
So there's two slip roads, 2 junctions, one either side of Stowmarket that all lead into, and they come off directly off the A14, and you're in the town. And there's a massive viaduct, bridge that goes right across these wetlands. And you got the Norwich to London line stops there as well, and they're now kind of making the most of their strategic position. The fact that the town sits right next to this major road, where I think who is it? The marquee tenant that's gone into this place. I think it might be the Range. One of these big retail outlets.
Yeah.
They have now built their south and southeast distribution centre there, and it will be ready for operation next year. Because everything they get comes in from Felixstowe, and Felixstowe's 30 minutes up the road on the A14, and so everything will just come in and go straight into that warehouse, and it will just go around the rest of the country, south or the south and southeast. It's just like why did nobody think of that before? It's an ideal location. We've now got warehouses along between Bury St Edmunds and Felixstowe. The amount of huge, Skechers. How big are Skechers? They've got a fucking great place right next to the A14 in Bury St Edmunds. Because again, everything comes in through the port, and everything goes out through the port. Yeah. And it's right on the A14. The A14 actually starts at Felixstowe Docks. Junction 1 is Felixstowe Docks. Right. So, it's like, why did nobody think of that before?
It was interesting because when we were researching Westbury, they were saying that for 20 odd years there've been talk of them having a bypass, and that's to be fair, the town needs a bypass because there is nothing. There's nothing there. You can't go and have a cup of coffee in a nice little cafe because there isn't one. There are bits of it that were quite nice, but really not enough with this bloody great big, almost like a motorway going through the centre of it, a single lane motorway in effect, with great big Arctics running through the almost at the side of the high street, And we didn't know that until we actually went to visit the place.
I remember when I first moved here, which was 83, I think it was. 83. No, it was beginning of 84. The A14, which was then the A45, partly ran through the heart of Stowmarket, and it was awful. It was bloody awful. And then eventually they finished the dueling, and it now just runs around the edge of Stowmarket,
And that's
but
what
close
you need.
enough.
I mean, apparently, because Jane's dad remembers Westbury when it was before it was like that, when it was actually quite a nice little market town, you know. It's such a shame, really.
But this is the thing, though. I mean, you find that with. I mean, we've got an abundance of them here in East Anglia because it's East Anglia, because it's a largely rural place. You know, you've got Norwich, Ipswich, Bury St Edmunds, Cambridge, Kings Lynn, I suppose you could throw into that. They're the major, and then and if you count Essex, then you've got Colchester, and then you start getting closer to London. That sort of doesn't really count. But you've got like 4 or 5 main cities in an area that is, you know, the East Anglian region is bigger than any other region, depending on how you define region, I suppose. But it's widely regarded as, you know, the biggest region in the country, and yet, you know, the road systems are nowhere near as good as anywhere else. You know, you've got no motorways in East Anglia apart from the M11 that finishes at Cambridge. There's no motorways anywhere. And I kind of like it like that because it keeps the shit out.
I drove through it on a motorbike a few years ago. It's lovely and flat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's great.
Under the big
great,
skies.
great. You know, you can see for miles on
Yeah.
you know, these
But
little roads. It's great.
We've got these kind of 4 or 5 like urban centres that aren't that big when you know, if you compare them to Sheffield, you know, the Sheffields of this world, or the Bradfords, or the Leeds, or the Bristols. They're nowhere near as big as that. But you know, there's a lot of missed opportunities around here to actually, you know, and you get a lot of small market towns like Stowmarket, Haverhill, it's not really a town, but you know, it's Diss. All these little towns.
I know
Diss,
because we used to have friends who lived there.
And they're all, over the last sort of 20, 30 years, they've all been like throttled and starved and have just, you know, slowly died as, you know, as decent little towns. And the people that live in and around those towns are just like, oh, if I want the stuff that I need, I've got to go to Norwich, or I've got to go to Ipswich, or I've got to go to Colchester or something. Ely Wagyu, by the way, Ely is lovely and pretty, but it's by no means a major town or city by any stretch of the imagination. But then again, on the other hand, you know, as I often say, you know, the fact that we are so poorly connected means that it keeps the riffraff out, and we have this amazing part of the country that, you know, I've lived in all my life, and like today when we went to Latitude, we take this road, it's the A1120, and I urge anyone that if you come to East Anglia, do the A1120 from Stowmarket all the way through to Southwold on the coast. It is one of the most amazing roads in East Anglia, because you get to see huge amounts of this beautiful countryside, but there's also hills and stuff, so you do go up and down, and there's a variety, and it's one of the most beautiful roads. Not on a day like today, it's a bit shitty with the rain, but on a glorious summer's day, I swear there's nothing better than that road.
Sounds like heaven for bikes.
Man, yeah, seriously, it's proper twisty turny, and there are 2 or 3 places that you can say, right, yeah, fuck it, foot down, here we go. But most of it is just, it's beautiful in the summer, in the spring and the summer, and even in the autumn. It's just it's so scenic. But
and
all
those
the
idiots
time,
going through the London, huh?
Sorry,
London cycling marathon.
Well, this is another great thing about living here, is that London is, if you go on the train, it's an hour and 15 minutes away. If you go in the car, it's maybe that bit less, depending on how fast you want to go. And I can get to London, stick my car in the car park at Newbury Park, and jump on the tube and go anywhere I want in the city. and come back again, and it cost me £3 to park my car
That's brilliant.
on the outskirts of London, and then I use the public transport, do what I want to do, come back again. It's
Yeah, if you don't have a job in London, you would be stupid to live here.
yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's what another thing that Stowmarket has only in the last few years has really started to capitalise on is the fact that it is now just like an hour and 15 minutes on the train into Liverpool Street, which is the heart of the city.
So you're getting commuters.
Yeah. It's
Just between 300 of us. I mean, I'm looking to run out of here. My wife doesn't know it, but I'm already got the plans how to do it, man, because London is just fucking mental. It's stressful. It's just and everything costs so much more, man.
Yeah, it does.
You know, when I look just in the mentioned Bath, how much I would pay for the flats like this there.
Yeah.
There is no even flats like this. You know what I mean? For the money, I would have a whole house with garden, with probably swimming pool. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So I'm jealous.
I used to work in London a lot, and I used to stay in London. And the best bit about that was coming home, knowing that I didn't have to stay there. I could eventually jump on the train and come home. But saying that, I do love London. I love being in London.
That's the thing.
The facilities, but the
London,
prices.
I love you, but you're letting me down. That's how.
I am looking forward to being able to go, get on a train an hour and a half into London, see the kids, whichever one of them is available, or have lunch with them, go to something and then head home.
Yeah.
You literally have to earn like a 10, 15K a month to live comfortable in London and feel like at home.
Yeah.
11 years ago, I got offered 2 jobs. One was in London, literally like a 10-minute walk from Liverpool Street Station, and the other one was home based. So guess which one?
That's a good
home
choice.
based. Both of them paid the same amount of money, except the one that was in London wouldn't cover my rail fare, and that would mean that I would actually be worse off than the job I was currently then doing. Whereas the other job paid exactly the same money as the one in London, but I didn't have to travel, and so I could keep all that money for myself. Yeah,
What
absolutely
to choose?
It was a shame though, because the job in London was actually a really good job, and it would have meant working with some old friends that I'd worked with before, and that was really it made it a tough decision. But when my boss turned out to be the Muff Wiggler, it was like, do I go and work for London for some faceless financial fat cats, or do I go and work for the guy that started the Muff Wiggler forum and who's an absolute synth nerd? And where my job interview was 2 hours long and an hour and 45 minutes was talking about synthesizers.
That's a job interview from.
Which
everybody wants that job interview, surely.
Man, I could not put that. Still to this day. I mean, Mike's no longer with us, unfortunately, but I still cannot believe how fucking lucky I was. Yeah. Crazy. Mike McGrath.
If I may have a shout out, my friends have the company called Electro One, and they send me this thing. It's MK2.
What is it?
You don't know it?
It looks familiar, but I was going to say it looked like a bit like a 1010 Music black box or something like that. But
No. This is a MIDI controller.
Oh no! Yeah.
So you press it, whatever you want. You got the knob for it. You got the editor, blah blah blah. But now it's got like 3 times the power officially, but normally it's much more. It just didn't say it now. It's got now its own envelopes. It's gonna have own sequencer or own LFOs, blah blah blah. It's gonna be like a MIDI brain for everything.
Yeah.
And it's gonna do some expanders for it as well. I have it as well, of course.
How much?
Oh, I would lie. I think he want to sell it for €5
That's not
or
bad.
something like that.
That's not bad.
No, and it's metal chassis, man. I mean, it's
Yeah.
seriously
Yeah, yeah.
something. I have it from MK1, and he just told me before Berlin that he's coming over, and if I bring in my own old one, he will just change the insides.
Nice.
And then he's telling me, listen, just don't give a fuck. Just keep the old one. I will send you the new one. It's got no sense.
Awesome.
So,
No, I've
and
got
he is a very brilliant guy, and they got one enthusiast from, geez, I now don't know if he's Belgian or from Holland, and that guy owns a software company, and because he's a CEO, he got nothing to do. So he's programmed his own OS for it,
oh wow.
and his own macros, and he's going to probably open it as an open source thingy.
Hmm.
So it's gonna be quite mental. And what's his name? Ziv. Ziv. Help me. What's the famous YouTuber?
Safe.
Yeah,
Live. I
Ziv.
mean Loopop.
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
Lupop.
Yeah.
He have two of them.
Okay.
I just saw them talking together, and he was telling him that he needs to make half half the size for it. So it's gonna be more to come from this guy, and it's really really good. I mean, this, for example, only because of this, I bought the Pioneer AS1. It's the one which is like basically one voice of the Prophet 6.
Oh right. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, it's really good synth, man. I mean, the sounds exactly like a Pro One, and plus some things on the top of it. It's got really good sequence and really good effects. But because it got very very silly interface, there's only a few knobs, few
Okay.
buttons. It's stupidly designed. But the insides, the internal things, absolutely sounds lovely. But with this, you got completely new synths. But if you got, lots of racks, so this kind of things, this is godsend. Seriously, I like Tro One.
I think we might have spoken about that on the show when it seemed to
You
recall
should
something.
seriously.
Yeah.
It's really good. It's really good. I can get you in touch with the guy.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I will. He's really nice, and the machine is absolutely cool.
Now, when you held it up, it looked a bit like that 1010. What's it called? Black box, which I think I've got coming in at some point. The new one. But yeah, it looks very. I've got something here that I can't hold up on the screen.
Oh, go on, Rob. Go on.
No,
Nobody's watching.
Oh, by the way, Ian,
news.
we spoke, didn't we, about said thing,
Yeah.
and I said that
Yeah.
there might have been. It's a minor bug. It's been fixed, so it's
right.
all good. Yeah, but
Good stuff.
it's the more I play with it, the more I think, yeah, they got it this time.
Good stuff.
Yeah. It's good fun. Anyway.
Well, it's nearly 1 o'clock.
So where the fuck did Kent go?
I don't know. He just disappeared. He's in trouble again.
Was he having trouble before? I mean, I know
A
when we
little
first.
bit. He said,
Probably fall asleep making a coffee. Bless him for that.
Oh, hang on.
I think I'm going to go to bed.
Yes, I'll have to get up first thing in the morning. That's good.
Yeah, and I mean, it's Sunday. I'm going to spend the morning in bed.
Shame on you.
Yeah, it's Sunday. I can do that on Sunday.
Yeah, I haven't got to do anything until I need to go out to watch the film, which isn't until 10 to 4. So,
Can I ask, do your wives cook?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Mine doesn't. Here we go.
I know. I've seen.
I mean, she
seen your
does, but who the
conjunctions.
fuck wants to eat that? You know what I mean? I'm sorry, but I love my kids, so
No, I've seen. I've
no,
seen your.
I'm not letting her to do much over the weekend.
When
I'm afraid to say, I used to be a chef. So.
So did I.
you see, you'd think that me
Really?
being
Yeah,
the son, I was the son of a
trained-
chef.
Yeah.
Well, still am, I suppose, even though he's not here. I'm the son of a chef, of a restaurateur, all his life. I grew up in a restaurant. You'd think that maybe a little bit of that would rub off. But I remember when I was about 17 years old, somebody suggested to my dad, "Hey, are you leaving Robbie the restaurant?" And he said, "Fuck off." Or vaffanculo. So, yeah.
Vaffanculo, cats.
Yeah. So, porca miseria.
Knowledge is not enough. You need to practice, you know?
It never appealed to me. It never did.
I quite liked it, actually. Particularly working in pastry as a pastry chef.
Oh, you like it to be a pastry chef?
Yeah,
See,
I did
all the
a
bits
training
around
and
it.
then, yeah.
I like the fact that you could socialise,
quite
you
liked
could
it.
drink,
Yeah.
you could eat.
Man, I signed up to be an inter in a Claridge's because a friend of mine was a head baker at that time, and that time it was under Ramsey's
All right, yeah.
supervision. And after 3 days, I had an offer to work there. I was just mate, no. I went back just to my Baxter story. Shit, man. Man, the tempo was just mental. It's.
I wish I had learned more from my dad.
I didn't like the hours so much, really, because
Yeah.
I was an 18-year-old straight out of college working in a
Yeah,
working
to
in
be
a
honest,
hotel,
I
and
learned
split
more.
shifts, you know.
I learned more about chefing when I left the kitchen, to be honest. And I
did
ended up
like
to be a head chef in a few restaurants, but
I did like working in the kitchen, and a really busy kitchen was really good fun with a good team.
Oh, yeah,
really?
there is a
enjoyed
buzz
that.
around. I mean, I remember
Yeah.
going down to the kitchens, when I was a
But
kid.
I wanted to play in bands and wanted to play rock and roll, and it didn't fit with a split shift.
yeah, did you manage to be in a proper British pub on a Sunday roast serving?
I did. I worked. Yeah, I mean, I worked in a hotel.
So if
kitchen
you
there.
enjoy that, man, you are mental. Sorry.
And I did work in a couple of British pubs. You know.
My
No,
dad's
Sunday
restaurant-
roast, it's like a no-no for me.
My dad's
That
restaurant
is-
from 74 to 85 had a theatre kitchen.
Wow.
So it was, there was this massive opening.
Nothing, and suddenly everybody in.
It was just like it was. You could sit there and you'd hear everything. You'd smell everything.
Wow.
And of course, everyone in there was talking Italian, and
Yeah.
so the locals were lapping it up. It was a real. I wouldn't be at all surprised if that's where my love of being, on stage, so to speak, in a that sort of way, was stemmed from that. My dad was, even when he stopped being the chef, because he gave up being the chef in 85 when he moved business, and his wife, my stepmom, became the head chef, and then Dad just went front of the house.
Yeah.
And he was the performer. He was that was his stage. And he was a showman till the day he stopped, and then of course he popped his clogs a few years later. But that was his. It's just amazing. It was amazing to watch, and I really, I sort of think, oh, maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should have done, but I didn't. So
No, man, it's a hardcore job. It's
It's
probably the hardest job in the world, to be honest.
I mean,
I enjoy
The amount of stress you got on your back all the
yeah.
time. You're not running from it. You got nowhere to hide it. You just
he
it's
used to
mental.
help you. It was this that would help him through. He'd have a hard day, and he'd be on the vino, and he'd come home, and
I mean,
smack us around a bit.
I stopped because I got offered a record deal, basically, playing in a band, and it seemed like to me that was
a much better option than working in a kitchen. But I did enjoy it when I did it. I didn't want to. But actually, afterwards, I never really wanted. I didn't want to go back to it. You know.
My brother.
I miss it. I miss it. The romantic side of it. But there is so many bullshit, like all those bloody paperworks now these days.
Oh, yeah.
Because of EU, man, you keep more writing than cooking. Actually,
Yeah, I can imagine.
it's just ridiculous. And
My youngest brother, because my parents divorced when I was like 12, 13. So I didn't, that's when I stopped living in a restaurant and I went to sort of lead a normal life, so to speak. But my youngest brother, he was born and grew up in, and to the point where he left home. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, Andy. Sorry.
Hey, it disappeared. Hey, where'd Kent go, by the way?
I have no idea.
Did you guys scare him off?
I have no idea where he went. But my kid brother, from the moment he was able to work in the restaurant, he did, and he would earn his pocket money and stuff like that. He then went on to work, of all places, at flipping Weatherspoons.
Oh, wow.
But he went straight in at like supervisor level because he had the experience. He had the knowledge. He could run a kitchen. But he's just given that up. He's now gone into environmental, something to do with environmentals. And he couldn't be happy about it. So, you've got to be a very particular type of person to want to do that all your life, because it is
and enjoy it.
Yeah, it's such a stressful job for all the reasons you guys have laid out. The bookkeeping and the accounts and the ordering and the hours of the fucking service as well. It's a real...
dealing with drunk twats, man.
Oh,
That is something.
Yeah, dealing
when
with people
Americans
that come
came
into your
over and this is not the size of a burger I'm used to.
Yeah. Like,
Jesus, just put it to your asshole, mate, and fuck off.
My dad, obviously it was an Italian restaurant, Kel Surprise, and he'd have people come in and say, "Oh, I got pizza, please."
Yeah.
And he's like, "For fuck's sake, go to fucking Domino's if you want pizza. This is not a fucking pizza place." So yeah, dealing with all that kind of stuff, and
but you are Italians.
yeah, and we don't eat pizza. Well.
Oh, why didn't you put cream on my carbonara? Sorry.
Because it's against the law.
Right, guys, I'm going to say good night.
You're going to do an Ian.
Good morning. Yes, I'm going to go and do an Ian, and I'm going to go to bed. So,
ciao, ciao,
good chatting, guys.
So your previous was a semi, is that why? Is it, that's
well, it's my first time here tonight, Andy, actually.
Okay.
So I think it wasn't a semi. Only Rob does a semi, Ian.
Oh.
This is true.
Night. See you later.
Night.
Take it easy.
See you soon.
So I need to send our illustrious leader a message. What the fuck's he doing? There's a message there. Oh, it's not from him.
Is it Toto Cotugno still the favorite one in Italy?
Say again, sorry.
Toto Cotugno. Is he still the favorite one in Italy?
Oh, I don't know about that.
You don't know Toto Cotugno?
I think so, yeah.
Lasciatemi cantare.
Oh, I spoke to my cousins because that's about all I've got left over there at the moment, and they're up in the mountains, and they're still roasting. They're literally roasting. But the benefit is that at night time, because they're in the mountains, it gets cooler quicker.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not great out there at the moment, but need to go back. So I'm just trying.
Yeah, the Europe is in fire now, isn't it?
Yeah,
Greece, quite literally.
I'm off to France in 4 weeks.
Jesus.
So I don't know what it's going to be.
My wife just went home to Slovakia. and they get through the Vienna with the British Airways. 35 degrees on the airport. Man,
That's not nice.
That's heart of the Europe, you know what I mean? That's not the seaside. That's mental.
My boss is from Prague, and so she goes
Oh.
back. She goes back quite a bit. She lives in
Really?
she lives just
I'm
outside
from
San Francisco.
Czechoslovakia, man.
Yeah, she's from Czech. Yeah, she 2 weeks every year when we have Wimbledon, we have Martina Navratilova over here. She does all the commentary.
Oh, really?
My boss sounds exactly like Martina Navratilova. It's scary because I'll be walking around the house with the tennis on, and I hear this voice and I go, oh fuck. But no, she goes back to Prague sort of 3 times a year. And she says, whenever she goes back, if it's hot weather, it's really fucking hot in Prague because, like you say, it's right in the middle. There's not a lot around it, There's no seaside to get the air in. But
yeah, it's different thing if you are 35 and you are at the seaside, and 35 if you're in the Midlands.
Yeah.
It's completely different story, man.
Yeah.
You hardly feel it at the sea, but when it's 30 in London, night.
Yeah.
I park my van and I get back in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And the temperature inside was 64.
Jeez.
With dry sun in.
Yeah.
That's enough to cook stayed rare.
Yeah, world's on fire at the moment. What's going on? There you go. I said, there you go. Struggling with Alexa. What?
I hate Alexa.
You hate Alexa. What can I say? Okay. I'll be there. What? I will find out. Okay.
Can you hear me?
No. Yes. Night. Hello.
Dad, I love you.
Oh, it's a little one.
Next day dinner.
The Kitty of Doom.
Oh, she's off. Here we go.
Ouch, fucking ouch.
She's this big, right? Her brother, who was born on the same day, is this big. She was the last one out. She was the runt. So she's permanently tiny. She's the Peter Pan of cats. Bless her.
Just been lacerated.
Yes.
Like literally, like.
Okay. Steady.
Night.
No.
Night. Don't wake me up when you come up.
I won't. Yeah. She was the only one that could drink at the festival today, you see. Muggins was driving. Yeah. Bless. I don't know what colour. I can't remember what colour her eyes are.
Yeah, so she's drunk.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting there now. I'm catching up. Oh dear. By the way, Kent is having technical issues. He is alive. Okay.
He's looking for toilet paper.
Apparently his camera won't connect at the moment. So.
Whatever.
Oh dear.
As long as he's healthy.
No, he's all right. Yeah. Oh, so we've got a cat here on me.
Yeah, with 15 coffees a day.
Oh. No,
Ouch.
that's Dave. It's not Kent, it's Dave.
Hey!
What
Hey,
you eating, Dave? What you eating?
What you eating? Watermelon? I don't know. What's that?
It's melon. Yeah.
Watermelon, yeah. Looks like. Ooh,
Some kind
love
of
it.
fancy pants.
Fancy pants what?
Sandwich? That's a sandwich.
See the green? Look at the colors.
It's a water
No.
sandwich.
Yeah,
with
look
Yeah,
at all
but
the
sugar.
chemicals
exactly
in
the
that
color.
shit.
Looks like watermelon.
Ah,
Oh, okay, yeah.
Salted. Oh, beer. Okay.
That'll neutralize it.
Whatever it is. Watch it. Okay, you froze there.
no, I had I left the YouTube on. My brain was going mental. All right, woo! Let's do this.
Hey,
Do
do what? Jeez, do what? Come on, if you're gonna be all perked up, don't please warn us. Give us some time to catch up.
Oh man,
Oh,
I had to say. Bring in the energy. Woo! It's me, energy count.
yeah, I'm not
There you
long for
go.
this world, to be honest, but there you go. Oh. Yeah, people talking about Death Valley. I stayed
Somehow
the night
reminds
in
me
Death.
the second Metallica. Ride the Lightning.
Synth Addicts
No?
talking about Death Valley in the chat. I was just saying, I spent the night in Death Valley once.
What?
I had a choice. It was an interesting experience. Played
Oh.
golf there as well.
Is it as good as your Amsterdam experience?
Oh man, yeah, that was great. Where did we get? I was doing this driving like vacation around California and various other connected states, and we were in Nevada. We'd been to Vegas, and then went to Boulder. We did the whole Hoover Dam thing, and then we drove into Death Valley. And I stopped off at the first place where there's a golf course and played some golf. And then we drove to a place called Stovepipe Wells, which is like right in the middle of Death Valley, and spent the night there, which was really weird because it's right near the sand dunes. Yeah. And when you woke up in the morning, you thought you were in a different place because the sand dunes had all shifted.
Oh, wow.
Really freaky. Really freaky, and so hot. BMW were there with, I don't know, a 5 or a 7 series, something they were testing. They've got 6 of them parked in the car park of this motel, all with their engines running. And when one guy got out of one of the cars, he opened up the thing, and it was just full of, sensors and monitors and all sorts of shit. It was, it was crazy, but fun and hot, very fucking hot. But there was a news piece over here actually a few days ago, when it was supposed to be the maximum temperature they'd ever had or something in Death Valley. And there's this one guy.
Yeah, I was looking at Phoenix. Somebody was.
Yeah,
like,
Phoenix is crazy hot. But there was this one guy they interviewed in Death Valley, and he said, "Man, these guys are like celebrating. They're all taking their pictures with this thermostat, and the fucking planet is burning." Fair point, mate. Fair point.
Yeah, if you especially in California, if you go a little bit east, like inward, it gets so hot. It's just
Death Valley also holds the record,
Oh,
Yeah.
do they
the
have a
hottest
record?
place.
Yeah.
So
Okay, well, what's the record, Andy? You know,
Yeah.
I don't know. Phoenix
50.
was averaging like 115 or 117 degrees, which I don't know what that comes out to.
What's that in real money?
Yeah, let's see. Degrees. What do you guys use? Degrees to nonsense? Let's see.
There, we're Celsius over here. So 55 was the record?
I saw a
or something?
picture 2 days ago. There was a policeman with the temperature meter, 55 degrees.
It's
Yeah.
about,
Human body is dying at 49.
Yeah.
yeah, so that would be about 47 Celsius, 117.
Yeah.
55 is, by the way, temperature of the mid steak. Medium rare.
Yeah.
So we cook steak if we get a little hotter. Okay.
Yeah, you can just stay
Well,
there. You can eat yourself.
We'll be the steak. We're the steak.
Yeah. That's
Self-cannibalism. Beautiful.
Oh. Oh dear. Oh, it's not going well at Casa Spong. Apparently, yeah, I think a certain computer is going to be dismantled.
By hammers.
Yeah.
Oh, we went offline not on purpose. So.
Yeah. It's not good. Not good. So how am I going to give away 2 licenses for Mtron Pro 4? Come on, I need some.
oh fuck. Which
I send you my address.
I just bought it.
I've got some licenses to give away, and I want to know the best way of doing it.
Oh, so you do want
Mellotron trivia quiz?
Yeah, when I say the best way, I mean the easiest best way.
Because if you want to keep them, I can give you a question that nobody will answer.
Yeah, but that's no point. I've got it. I've just got 2 more to give away.
Sure.
I just
Then
bought it.
make any.
Or who wants to buy this guitar for 500 quid?
Keep going. Go the other way. Go the other way.
Yeah.
What's on the headstock? BB?
Uh-huh.
BB Raptor? Ah.
But it's the same guy, that's the same designer who does EVH.
Yeah.
Wolfgang.
Chill. You know
It's
what?
got a little bit sick electronics. It's got 27 sounds.
Did you got it like that, or did you customize the pickups? No, the pickups.
Yeah.
Cool.
There's Pagnathi in a bridge,
Mm-hmm.
which is in serial, parallel, split.
Uh-huh.
The same goes with the middle and P90 in the neck.
Yeah. Cool. Nice.
Yeah, he's a little bit mental. And now it's in 18.
Can you see their faces?
Yeah, for the country music.
No, the faces of the other guys in the screen.
Sorry, we switched off there. Sorry,
No,
guitars.
it's okay. It's understandable. We're talking
Hey,
about
Eddie. Have you watched our show from last night?
No, I didn't, but I've been told that you mentioned it.
We did. We did.
You
We
did.
went into it.
And what is your reading into it?
Well, I don't currently have a guitar, so I couldn't really comment. Well, actually,
Why
I
not?
do. My son's got it. I gave it to him because it didn't have keys or an ability to make a discernible tune. So to be honest, we liked it. We thought it was good. And if it makes guitar players feel somewhat equal to synthesizer players, then it's going to be good, isn't it?
Okay. Do you know all the bad side of that thing? Do you care? Do you want to know?
No.
Fair enough. Bye.
Oh yes, sorry. The Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, Neil and Waggy were talking about the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, we could just. That's boring though. I want some really kind of inventive way of making people work for something that's really good. What we do. How would you give away a license? Maybe we should have a competition. Cleo. Oi, Cleo, look at me. Cleo. Cleo, how do we give away Mtron Pro licenses? Tell me, Cleo, tell me.
What do you think?
I'll flick a rubber band at you. What the fuck was that?
I mean, the easiest and fastest way to give it away is to ask for people to tell you who's the developer of Mtron.
Yeah, it's too easy.
Oh, that's easy.
It's too easy.
Not really. It's a lot of people who
Should we shuffle the cards and let gypsies to decide?
Shuffle.
That's one way. Yeah.
Who
That's
bit someone in the ass?
Oh yeah,
What
that
fake
to eat.
celebrity?
There's got to be a way.
Sorry, Rob, I shouldn't have brought that back.
No.
Now I gotta lose you again for like 10 minutes.
Oh, there's about 4 people in the chat room anyway.
Yeah.
You can give it half of them.
Okay, 4.
I'm pretty sure Vagu have it already, so don't bother. As you had too. Kinky would never
Wagu's
use
got
it
it already,
because you
has
don't
Wagu?
know what this is.
Oh, I'll think of something. But
Of course it will.
I've got 2 codes right
How
here.
many did he install? Okay, how much plugins did Ben download today and what are they? Bonus question, how many did he install?
Count the numbers together and ask what is the closest number to it.
Yeah. I'm thinking of a number.
Yeah.
79.
I want to make them work for it.
Okay. Then I got nothing, man. All I can think is the research job, so.
What is the version of NK3?
Say what?
Write a patch with a
What does
yeah,
the pro
like
stand
it's-
for? Yeah.
What does the what? Sorry, pro stand for. Yeah, very good. Very. Someone's paying attention at the back. Well done.
What's the name of the original? No.
I feel it should be. I want to make them work for it. You know, like, don't just want to give it away to somebody who can just answer something that they can quickly research on Google.
Cleo, come on.
What is the average IQ of the Tories voters?
Again, too easy.
Yeah, sorry.
How about I have people mention their favorite use of the mellotron in a song, and you judge what you think is most correct?
Oh yeah, yes. Yeah.
That's too.
That takes work because you really have to know where it was used.
Yeah.
What about where it was invented? Well, I just googled it.
Oh, that's a point of contention, isn't it? Yeah.
What year?
Who stole it?
That's the one I thought, but once again, that's just research.
Yeah.
That knowledge by now is everywhere, including G4's website, YouTube channel.
I always think that when we get stuff like this to give away, that it should be used to encourage people to do something that will benefit us. But if you're going to give it away to people that already watch the show, you're not really encouraging them to watch the show.
We're all out. All right, great.
Yeah, forget it.
I already have it. I don't care.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got no skin in this game.
And is it the older samplers or just the Entron on its own?
It's the Entron Pro 4, the full brand new version of it.
Yeah, but there is another version which includes all.
Oh
samples.
no! This is just the standard version, the Entron Pro 4 with this factory.
Because
light,
the other
not-
one's
not
like
with
a
all the
400 or
street-
500 quid, isn't it?
Hang,
Yeah.
Let me just check.
I think they run sales on a lot.
Let
No,
me just check.
it's pretty reasonable. Like, well, not Cherry Auto.
Bear with.
Yeah, I obviously upgraded straight away when I saw it, so there is no thinking of it. And it's taking MPE now, does it?
I think it does. Yeah, I haven't.
Yeah.
I
So
fucked
that's a
up.
novelty.
Screwed up when I installed it. I did the sample library first.
For some people who does have Osmos,
Osmosis.
Osmosis.
Except for from osmosis. Let's see.
By the way, whoever got it in UK, the guys, did you pay the VAT
On what?
on Osmos?
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't say. Kent, on the other hand, who was sadly no longer with us here tonight, could. But
Oh, today. Okay, Jesus.
yeah,
You sounded well said.
yeah.
It looks like the complete is 199. Is that right?
I think the list
Yeah, I
price is
think
179.
It's on sale.
Yeah, now it's on sale still, yes. But what I wanted to say is I was in the first wave on the Osmo, so I had a 40% off. They've
Okay.
been fighting after the Brexit that they have to send it without the VAT. So they did. And when it arrived, I didn't pay any VAT to UK. Nobody asked me for anything. So I have it for basically like £800.
That's not bad.
Don't kill me.
No,
Brexit.
I've had issues since fucking Brexit, especially with smaller manufacturers that aren't certainly set up to deal with it all. The larger ones, they send an invoice attached to it that values the item at no more than 135 UK pounds. So therefore, it then just goes. I actually had FedEx, right? FedEx.
It was delivered by FedEx as well, and that's the thing. The FedEx is quite strict with these things.
Yeah, I had.
And the invoice said the proper price as well. So I'm pretty sure that these things, duty offices and everything doesn't work properly still after Brexit.
That Mask 1 that's behind me there was sent direct from Stefan at Kodamo, sorry. And he put the value down as like, the list price. Well, actually, no, hang on. No. Let me, I think he put it down. I think he put it down as 0. Demo unit or review unit, 0 value.
Zeroed out, right?
And
Right.
But the woman from FedEx phoned me up and said, it says on the description this is a synthesizer, but it has 0 value. She says, I have no idea what synthesizers do these days, but I know one thing for sure: they're not worth $0 or £0.
It's ridiculous.
So she then said to me, how much is it worth? And I said, well, look, all I know is that the recommended price is X, but what the price is to the manufacturer is obviously going to be less than that, and I don't know what that number is. And she said, well, do you know what? If you'd just put it down as 135 quid, 135 pounds, it would have gone. We wouldn't have even looked at it. We would have just seen the value on the form, and it would have just gone straight through. So the trick is now is you just tell anybody that's sending you anything, put the value as 135 or less than 135 pounds.
Yeah, but what you're going to do if they're sending something of really high value?
Yeah, but I'm not the one that's responsible for that. That's the
but I'm talking about my situation. When they've been sending me 2 teras. I mean, the 0 on when I saw the 0 on the package, I was just like, what the fuck, guys? Seriously. No, if that would go lost at that time, it was 6 of them in the world.
Yeah, I mean it's a risk, but it's like when we transfer stuff, Fairlight parts from Australia, it always goes down as items for repair or something like that, and the value is nominal, and it always seems. Although we do have a flimsy trade deal with Australia, so that doesn't get in the way.
They're starting to. For us, they're just taxing us on. If we try to resell it, that's where they're taxing us.
Yeah.
And it's getting bad. It's really killing the. It's killing the revert sales and everything. Everybody's just bailing. And they have they say up to 600, but it's it's not worth it now. Nobody wants to even do it anymore. I mean, you could literally buy something for $800. Then you got to everyone's like, well, you just have to prove it. I'm like, yeah, right. But you're going to send me the tax forms. And then I got to send them to the IRS. And then I got to like demonstrate that I'm not running a business.
Yeah.
Which clearly, I'm not registered as a business. So why would I be running a business? Yeah, it's just. So they screwed us on the other side, which is it's awful, really, honestly. Because now you just, you don't want to sell anything without going, under the table and stuff. So it's killed our market for selling.
By the way, this situation reminds me at one point in the past, far past, there was, I think it was 99 or 2000, when Czechoslovakia split. It was 7 years later, and we had this new law regarding taking things, from one country to another, and there was new, very expensive, like payments all for duties and everything. And there was one guy in the Czech. He was selling OB12, Oberheim OB12, which is then very hated Oberheim with their law because for me is the best industrial synthesizer ever. And I was getting EMU XL7. And I was going back by train, and the duty officer, it was basically like a police. He just asked me to open what I had, and he saw it. Oh, yeah, okay, just close it back. And when his colleague left the coupe, he just said to me, "You fucking bastard, mate! At least let me know next time how is it play. I get the band. I know." So he let me go. Otherwise, I would have to pay a terrible amount of money. Seriously.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that was cool.
Well, looks like Kent's still struggling.
Yeah, the Brexit stuff just keeps on giving, huh?
Oh, man.
It kills me how the guys who
man.
voted for it also have to deal with this hassle. How the fuck do they do that?
Yeah. Well, foot, shoot yourself.
Why? You don't know why?
Well, I don't know all the backstory, but obviously it's about money on their end somehow and favors.
I can advise you. There is a movie called Brexit, and it's well worth to watch it because it explains probably everything what you need to know.
Is it extra depressing?
It's extra.
We have plenty of that in this country. I don't need extra depression. Fucking Trump
it
and all
cannot
that
be
other
more
nonsense.
depressing than living here, man. Trust me. It's Dominic Cumberbatch or whatever his name is. So he is Dominic Cummings, and it's all from his point of view. Basically, the story is about him. And Boris is just, is just a figure. He's just a puppet in the game.
Brexit was just a
There
sham.
was completely different people who wanted Brexit. And one of them lives in the Kremlin.
Yeah.
Brexit was all about rich people not having to pay more taxes, basically.
It was all about making Europe's
the oldest story in the world.
Weaker.
Yeah, so.
It's the whole Brexit is Russian agenda, to be honest.
Well, yeah.
That was first and most important point in the whole thing. And now it's going on here, man. It's absolutely ridiculous. The law is just making the people weaker and weaker, and you cannot go even protest to the streets now. It's ridiculous. Energy is going down like never before. And it is our medical system. Till now, it used to be for free. I don't know how it's going to be in 5 years, man.
Yeah, that's.
And I love NHS because they give us to our kids. They saved my life twice, and now it's going to be in the hands of people who see nothing, just money. That is ridiculous.
Oh, yes, let's lighten the mood, shall we?
Sorry to be so happy. Oh.
Whee!
Let's get back to climate change.
Let's do climate change. Let's really cheer ourselves
Oh,
up.
more happy, yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus
See,
Christ.
Boy, that makes me feel really. Maybe I will just sell that gear, pay the tax. Oh,
In the meantime, if you didn't spot it, Left Field releases his two first albums on a vinyl,
Oh,
which till now was worth £200 each.
wow.
Ooh.
Wow.
I mean, and Love of Leftism, that is bloody something.
No, it's good. Yeah, good album.
Never been up.
Yes. I've got the new Blur album to listen to. I haven't listened to that yet.
That's your problem, Rob. You don't have any albums to listen to. You don't have enough albums.
I don't know. I've got albums to listen to. I just don't have time.
No, I get it.
That's the thing.
I was very surprised by the new Orbital.
Haven't heard it.
It's easily one of the best albums they ever made.
What's it called? Orbital what?
I got no fucking clue. Sorry.
Orbital.
It's got white color though.
Guys, you have to know that
research.
we spent about an hour and a half with this guy, this guy, not Eddie, that guy, in Berlin airport, delayed on a flight with wit like that all the fucking time. Do you remember the guy? Do you remember the guy?
Jesus, man, how you can lose him, and in the end he take out the fucking whistle, man.
This guy in Berlin airport.
I got the name, but I'm not giving it to anybody. Fuck all.
This guy in Berlin airport was a member of ground crew, and he had delusions of grandeur. And we were all being kettled into this small departure gate to get onto this plane to go home.
Size of a bus, basically.
Yeah, and he's like, okay, so you're all gonna have to go outside on the tarmac, but you mustn't smoke cigarettes. If we see you smoking cigarettes, you'll get thrown. I mean, like, why the fuck are you just putting people out on the tarmac waiting for a plane? And he just, oh man, it was just bizarre.
You not even can smoke the e-cigarettes because they got the little sparks. Yeah. And what's going to happen if you're next to the aeroplane with 20,000 gallons of petrol? Boom!
Wow, he was just insane. It was so funny.
He was taken serious every bloody word.
But it was funny.
He loved his job.
Yeah. That was funny. And then, we got Robert standing there making all these. So we can't laugh because it was just, oh.
No, we didn't laugh at all, no.
But we got on the plane eventually, and we all got home. Oh, yeah, until we landed at Stansted, and then we had to queue for fucking hours because fucking passport control was shit. But, yeah.
It was quite fast, to be honest, this time.
Last time it wasn't awful, but
it was like a 20 minutes, half an hour.
Yeah,
I felt like in a Aldi or was the other one, Lidl, when you got 10 tills and only 2 are open. Welcome to Britain.
I can't wait till
get used to it.
Next year's going to be amazing. Next year, Ben and I are going to be going. We're going to fly out on the Wednesday and get there and do the press event beforehand, and then we're not going to fly back until Sunday. So we're going to stay 2 more days. I can't wait. I really can't wait. It's so good.
Yeah, I hope I'm going to be able to do it something like that as well. I want to see Berlin. I've been there twice and didn't see anything. Being with those crazy guys, man, it's just waking up in the morning and going to sleep at 2 in the morning as well. So,
yeah, that's why Ben and I and Jim, we said Saturday. Yeah, we're just going to go into Berlin. So we met up with some friends and had a good time. Yeah, but no, I can't wait till next year. It's going to be really good. I don't know why Kent. I think he's given
But
up.
you have to take Ben. He's like a talisman, man.
Oh yeah. He was it was taking Ben to Super Booth. It was like taking your child
Chihuahua.
to Hamley's,
Stop.
the toy store. It was,
You
oh, this is amazing. It was brilliant. It was so much fun with Ben because he was just like, oh, this is fantastic. I love this. This is great. It was brilliant. It's like taking your kid, to the zoo for the first time. It was so good, so good.
Well, at least he enjoyed himself.
Oh, he did. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He seems to enjoy anything, to be honest.
We didn't necessarily enjoy him being stopped twice or 3 times in security going out.
Why?
Because Ben's not used to international travel.
Uh-huh.
So he had fluids on him that were above 100 milliliters.
Okay, yeah.
And he had metal objects on him, and they stopped him going through once, and they found all the things that they thought that was setting the alarms off. So they took all of those things away, and they got him to go through again, and he set all the alarms off again.
And then they found the cucumber.
Wrapped in tinfoil. Yeah. I have a vague recollection.
That would be the better option, mate.
I think coming back was quite fun as well because they were trying to funnel us into various lanes, and because I did all the bookings, right? So I had all the boarding passes were all on my phone, and I did something very stupid. What I should have done was to scan Ben's boarding pass first and let him go through, then scan my boarding pass and follow through. But no, I scanned my boarding pass through, went through the gate, and then handed my phone back to Ben, which really annoyed the woman at the Berlin airport. What you doing? I said, it's his boarding pass. And of course, then his boarding pass wouldn't scan. So yeah, that got quite fraught. But
you should make a T-shirt with the boarding pass on it,
Yeah. Next time, Ben, I printed your boarding pass for you. Here it is. Yeah, that was good fun.
Jesus. And the luggage on the station?
Oh yeah. Jeez.
Rob, you think I could use your expertise?
Expertise?
Yeah.
Okay.
I put a link to a video from a song. You could listen to it and identify the sampler. In other words, is that a Fairlight or not?
Okay. Which bit?
To my knowledge, the whole song.
Okay.
It's got 18 minutes.
No, more like 5.
Okay. So it's not a Awaken affair, yeah?
Look, it's 1988. It could have been anything.
That's why I'm doubting, but I'm pretty sure it's a Fairlight.
Okay. Do you know what the thing is? 88. If it's a Fairlight, it's likely to be a Fairlight Series 3, and then you're really difficult to establish whether that's a CMI or something else. I don't. I mean, I've listened to about a minute of it, and yay or nay, I don't know. It could be.
So nothing to give it away. Okay.
There's nothing that. The bass sounds very DX7.
Most likely, yeah. Just remember that all that take came at least 5 years later to us. At least.
It's a really bad cover version of Eloise.
Sure.
I mean, when I say really bad, I mean it's bad. I mean, The Damned did a pretty decent cover, but this is proper Euro.
#1 in Spain.
Really? Wow.
We didn't have anything better. Well, if you think
It could be.
think this one is bad, if I show you the one he did from Life on Mars,
Oh no, don't, please don't, because I would probably have to swear.
it's okay, sir. It's good.
No, it could be. But
And
I mean,
next up,
88.
Dark Side of the Moon.
Oh, have you actually? Have you heard Roger Waters? He's done a new version of Dark Side of the Moon.
No, Animals.
No, he's done Dark Side of the Moon.
Really?
Yeah.
He
not
Animals. I thought he did.
Yeah, but he's about 2 days ago. He announced the
Oh, really?
the reimagining of Dark Side of the Moon.
Wow.
And he's released Money as a teaser, and I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, Roger, but no.
I didn't hear the Animals one, and I heard people saying that it's quite good.
It was fun seeing his wall tour, but those skinny jeans had to go, man. Give me a fucking break.
Apparently, Nick Mason has said that what he's done to Dark Side of the Moon is annoyingly very good, but the version of Money that he's done just sounds awful. It's really he's slowed it down, and instead of singing it like he does on the album, it's like money, that's gas, and it's no.
He was probably self-portraiting himself.
It is weird. I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, I've never been into that guy, to be honest. I mean, I like his music, but his persona is a little bit difficult to digest, let's say it that way.
I've got a lot of time for Roger, but I'm sorry that was a bit much.
And I don't like somebody to touch Dark Side of the Moon because it's my thing, you know. But did you ever heard the Dub Side of the Moon?
Duck Side.
Dub.
Oh, Dub Side. I thought you said duck. I thought, oh god, I've got visions of.
No, Dub Side of the Moon. Man, that is like a dub reggae, but that is fucking something.
Yeah,
and I don't like reggae, but that is really good, mate.
That would be interesting.
I send it to you. I send you the link. It's really, really good. And I'm telling you, I hate reggae, and Dark Side is for me like a treasure. So I don't like anybody to touch it, but this is really good.
No, yeah, that sounds. They could be different enough to be actually quite good. Right, I need to go and use the facilities. I have no idea where.
Get the camera review.
No, yeah,
okay. Done.
No message from Kent. I think he might have given up, guys. He might have given up. Right. Oh.
Yeah, that's a different cat, believe it or not.
What guitar is put in there? Ooh, what is it? ESP?
It's a froze.
Oh, so some
I made it.
Manufacturer?
I made it myself.
Oh, really? Wow. What pops do you have?
Come again?
What pops? What pickups you have? Oh man, I can't see it. I am on the phone. You have to tell me.
It's a piazza under the bridge.
Oh, that's why. Okay. Sounds very nice.
Oh, thank you.
I wouldn't expect the sound from guitar like that.
I know.
Have you been practicing?
And the sound is amazing. It sounds.
Oh, thank you very
I
much.
wouldn't say that that is a V-shaped guitar at all. Is it a Fishman or what is it?
I think it's a shadow.
Oh, really?
I think yeah.
That's interesting.
Basically, it's the cheapest one I could buy because I couldn't afford.
Really?
Yeah, I built the guitar because I couldn't afford to buy one. So, and at the moment, I was learning for cabinet making, and I basically the teacher said, "Oh, now after doing all the exercises, now you're allowed to make a free exercise, build whatever you want." And I said, "Can I build a guitar?" And the guy go, "Do you know how to?" And I said, "Sort of. Go for it."
Wow, that's cool.
And
Especially those attacks, I'm very surprised with that, man. It sounds very natural. And regarding cheap pickups, on this one,
yes, I can.
this is this middle one and the P90. That's a GFS guitar fetish, if you know them. And then this one is in a split, in out of phase with the P90. Man, that's the most mental sound from the guitar ever heard. Even from guitar for 200 pounds is absolutely mental. I'm telling you that. I've never heard a guitar like this before.
The guitars are taking over.
Finally. Let's rock. Ding.
That's my mistake. Okay, that's. Sasquatch, just so masochistic, really. I mean, thank you very much. I appreciate. I haven't played this guitar in 20 years, so I'm sorry for your suffering, all your people suffering on the end. But hey.
So Eddie, are you working on that thing we talked about?
Yep.
I'm on it. Very good.
But I'm just gonna wing it, mate, and
of course,
let's
that's
see
the whole point.
What I get. Obviously, the Lexicon reverb helps a lot.
Which one do you have?
The cheapest, the MPX 100, mate. And I think is everybody bitches about that thing, and I think it sounds beautiful. And it's medium.
I have the 200, and I have an Alex.
How good is the Alex? Because the Alex sometimes go for interesting low prices.
That's why I picked it up. I was like, I always heard about this one, but I don't remember. It was it's interesting. I mean, the 200 is fun because you get the two effects at once. The Alex, you get only one effect at once, if I remember. I only used it once since I got it. I forgot. But it's quite a choice of algorithms. It's pretty good.
I've got the MPX. I got the 500.
Ooh.
Yeah, but that one is serious business. Is I think it's better algorithms. You got a screen. Everything is medieval. Do you have double effects or single effect?
Oh man, no, I think it's just. I don't know. I always just use the settings. It has a PCM setting I like. No, I think it's single. The one I really liked was the little TC Electronics. What's that called? This little guy. What's this guy called? Little M100 or something?
I'm not familiar with that one.
It's another really budget one, but it's got a real nice delay.
The source of interest wasn't too bad.
It's got that TC Hall, and it's got the MIDI and everything. It's just like having a nice pedal. You know. And it's in a rack.
Contrasting that one, the first one I got from eBay was Zoom RFX 100, I think it is, or 1000. God, those
there was one very good Zoom 2000 RFX. That was brilliant.
The 2000 was good. Was independent, and I think that one had MIDI recall. Was it? You could change patches through MIDI. Is that right? On the 2000.
You could surely do on 2000. There was the rack. I don't know the first, the one before.
Whenever possible, I only do rack.
Me too.
So if it has a MIDI, then definitely it could be, because Zoom is really good in this fix. Long time.
So and I got the Zoom because it claims to have a vocoder. Vocoder. And
talkbox?
Not a talk box, a vocoder, like in synth vocoder. It's meant to basically you feed one signal in one side because it's meant to be stereo. But if you go into vocoder mode, it splits in two sides, left and right, and one is the carrier and the other one is the modifier. So whatever line level signal you put into one would modify the filtering, kind of the format of the other signal. But it is really nasty, and I don't know. Probably it's because I didn't try with a nice synth as a carrier, but it's kind of nasty. It works and sounds a bit like a vocoder, but nothing like any. Probably even the Behringer, the 340s, this one they released, that even that one might sound a bit better than the Zoom. I think the battery's dying. No wonder it's been in the case for a year. Yeah, it sounds like dying battery.
I love the sound.
Happy you enjoy it. It won't last.
Case through Eventide, man.
Sorry, Sasquatch. I don't understand. I doff my cap?
By the way, if you get a guitar, you need this.
Oh, yes, I do. I just can't afford it and I never will.
Whoa, it's not that expensive, man.
Is it the Game Changer
It's
one?
not.
It's 400
Yeah,
Yeah.
thing. It's 400.
250 or something.
It still can't,
Man,
sorry.
man, but the sound of it, come on.
I know. Well,
Yeah, Erica has some of that stuff too, right? Erica Synths has some
yeah.
plasma pedal thingy.
Okay, how can I?
Yeah, this isn't the plasma, this is the light pedal. But it's got Jesus. It's got a spring reverb, plus it's got the light, which is light sensor, which is taking another reverb from the same spring, but it sounds differently. Combined together, sounds completely differently. You got the knob for each, and then you got additional effects to it. So
from this level, check
you
this.
can have optics, sweep, tremolo, reflex, feedback, and harmonics. Plus you got the drive and gate. It's seriously mental. I mean, this is bloody something.
I'm not gonna call you fatty, okay? So, mate,
you can.
but I won't. From this level all the way down to here, that's a pile of pedal boards. I think I have already too many effects.
Yeah, you don't have a light pedal.
I don't, but got tons of things. Too much stuff, and all the things.
Yeah, I know. I know the pain. Don't worry. So, it took me forever to get rid of stuff.
Oh, that's the problem. I don't. I have. I've had to sell things in the past, and up to this day, I'm still regretting it. It's my first guitar amplifier, my first serious one, not toy thing, was one of the Marshall valve states, the original ones, the first line. I got the 100 watt head and the 412 compact 412 for that line.
Yeah,
I had to sell it. I want to buy it again. Problem is now they're fetching more than I pay for it second hand. It's crazy.
Yeah, I got a friend back home, and he used to have from his father American-made Washburn from 90s or early 90s, better say, and Galley and Kruger stereo reverb, stereo amp, small like that, man. But the sound to those together, oh my god!
Yeah, Galley.
And he sold it. He sold it because he was a little bit, on the wrong side, and he never could get it back. And he still, after 20 years, he still keep telling me that that's the biggest regret of his life.
That's
And
from them.
that man, but the Washburn sounded absolutely gorgeous. It was just.
Yeah, it's a pity that brand used to do awesome gear, but now they're just, I don't know.
Yeah, they're gone. They're gone, basically.
No, they're still going, but it's
yeah,
like.
But I read
can,
like 2 months ago the story how it is, and
it's not the same. Yeah,
no.
The name is still out there, but it's mostly Amazon.
Yeah.
No shops carry Washburn anyway.
They don't make anything themselves anymore.
It's just China imports and knockoffs.
Yeah, exactly. What a shame. What a legend that was.
Those tools are fine, but do you guys have one of these?
No, we don't.
Oh my god.
Okay, hit me.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Why not?
Come on.
No,
okay.
That is no. That is basically MC505 in different package.
It's actually a fun idea. The problem is the pad is extreme. You think pressure on the D50 is tough. The pressure on this pad, you have to push really fucking hard.
But I tell you one thing, I really admire that time of Roland because they've been trying something new.
Experimenting, yeah.
Yeah, and they've been trying and trying. It won't matter if it was good or not, but they at least try. Now they're doing only shit. The only last good product they made was the SP404 and K2 for me. That's a good
I
machine.
mean, the SEO2 was cool. The boutique that's not a boutique.
Yeah, of course, but
Yeah. And I actually like the JU06A boutique with the proper ACB. It's really nice.
yeah, the ACB, it's cool. That's got really good sounds. I'm quite surprised that they're coming back to it because they not used to do things like that. They're coming back to good things they made. But yeah, ACB is much better than the newer one. Maybe we're
Well,
gonna have a new V-Synth in ACB. That would be cool.
yeah, but it's probably never going to happen. You know, they never chase analog ghosts. Oops.
Yeah, but V-Synth is not the analog, is it?
That is called. It's back.
V-Synth is still one of my favorites. That's
V-Synth
why it's my avatar for
and
YouTube. So.
Right, guys, I'm going to be off, which means I believe if I leave, this studio shuts down because Kent's not here anymore, and Kent's gone to
Yeah, that YouTube does.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, it's already failing.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm
does this
I'm off.
failing too?
Yeah. So, I'm
sorry
sorry
to
to draw this all to a close, but
That's
there
okay.
you go.
That's
Technology sucks.
Technology sucks.
Have fun.
Thanks God
See
that I
you all
walking
soon,
distance the petrol
everybody.
station I can go for another pop.
Take care, everyone, and
See
yeah,
ya.
have a great weekend. What's left of it. And,
See ya.
Yeah, be
You
good.
too.
Have a good one, ladies. Bye.
See you later. Bye bye.
Night night.